Oh my goodness, the Batman.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Aiming to the toilet. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my fucking god. Not like this. Oh my god. Diablo swings around. Oh, Connor with
And welcome to day number 3 of HPL 5 here in the EU region, brought to you by Hunt Premier and Battle State Games in partnership with Aorus and AMD. We got a ton of action here for you today, but as always, my name is Hot Sauce. This handsome man to my digital right is Blue. And how we feeling today, my brother?
Feeling good. Any given Sunday happens to be today, so lots of interesting things should be happening, yes. Got some good games from yesterday, so now should have some bangers today, Mr. Sauce.
Excited for it. And of course, we've got to shout out Aorus and AMD for their wonderful partnership here today. As always, we want to direct everybody to the chat, !Aorus, if you're interested in getting into the giveaway, the Radeon RX 9070 XT that will be given away on the finals next Sunday. That link will pop up in chat for you. There's multiple ways to get in with refreshing entries every day, Blue. There's really no reason not to take advantage of it.
No reason not to take advantage of it, and you get free tickets every day. I mean, it's wild to say, but we know someone. I mean, it's not Cracked himself that won, but his lady won, just sitting in the background collecting them prize line tickets. So, listen, chat, you could be a winner. It's possible. Get your tickets daily. The draw, by the way, folks, is next Sunday. So you're going to see Mr. Cracked and Hot Sauce in the booth trying to give you really cool stuff, and you better be there or else.
That's right. Aorus and AMD have actually prepared an awesome video for us as well, so might as well take a look at it right now. This is why we game, baby. I'm excited for the action today. I was a little sad yesterday. I was away working a LAN. I didn't get to check out all the sweet action, but I was checking out some of the results, and I was a little bit surprised by some of them. I was expecting to see Arktic a little higher on the list, but man, we've got a ton of great games here for us today, Blue, and I'm just excited to get into it with you.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was very surprising. You know, you saw different sides of the same teams. You know, you saw Arktic in their first match against OFF. They ended up getting a draw, but it was pretty distinct wins on both sides. You know, one game it was clearly OFF, one game was clearly Ark. Then Ark got 2-0'd by Spartans on the cast, and you know the Spartans at that point had one loss, one draw, and they were just popping off. So Spartans really looking good, and then yeah, overall just was not quite ready for things to kind of play out. Because when we think about the scoreboard, the current match scoreboard, it's a little crazy. It's kind of all over the place, and the spread is like real tiny from like 7th to 2nd. It's super tight.
Yeah, I mean,
folks,
oil
thank you
rig
so much,
at the top.
production.
Oh, there we go. Oil rig at the top. Pandaric. Oh, they have one more game played than Pandaric as well. Pandaric, I think,
Right.
the only undefeated team that we see, at least at the moment here. No, Oil rig has a draw there. I guess technically a loss, but Pandaric looking very, very good. We've seen some of the roster changes throughout all of these teams, and I think almost every team here has at least one, maybe two new members across it. So it's been exciting to see the changes here. Only 4 frags. I think there were a lot of people kind of sleeping on this team, and so I'm not as
Right.
surprised to see them a little higher. I know the Spartans had a little bit of a tough first day, but I mean, honestly, they bounced back nicely here in day 2, sitting in the top 4 positions through those first 2 days. I mean, you got to be thrilled about that.
Yeah, and feeling good. And you know, you had one draw, one loss to Spartans, and they managed to pick up that win and another draw. Only for Frag is very interesting because they play super well, but then they ended up tying Ark, and it's like Ark has to me has like these two sides of them. They either had like this winning confidence side, and one thing Cracked and I really mentioned yesterday was like this passivity versus activity, where when Arctic was passive and kind of didn't take ground and didn't really focus on pushing their advantage or really giving their players like Ludababy an opportunity to run around and frag, they didn't play that well. But when they were actually playing their game hot, they played super well. So it's like, you know, and I feel like I could say that for most of the teams here, that they have like it's like, you know, two sides of a coin. One game you're getting one Spartan, the next game you're getting another. Now, at the top though, Hot, Oil Rig, I know Cracked had mentioned the first day the form was a little off. Well, yesterday they were full form Oil Rig again.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't surprise me. I felt like they played very well in day 1 as well. They just had a tough go against the Spartans, I think, in their first matchup, but they seem to bounce back nicely. You can't complain about first place, and I mean, we might as well take a look at what we've got scheduled for everybody here today. Just like the first couple days, 3 matches on screen, 3 matches off. You can see they're denoted there in the middle above the time. But Mercenary will be taking on Ancestral in that best of 2 off screen. We've got Pandaric versus Exaltation on our first live matchup, followed up by Oil Rig and only 4 frags off screen. Arctic and Ancestral, this is a map that I'm really excited for, Blue.
Oh, I hit the magical mute button. Yeah, no, it should definitely be interesting because both these teams hot. You know, unfortunately in these Swiss brackets, someone's got to be at the top, and well, someone's got to be close to the bottom. And in this case, you know, you have Arctic 7th, Ancestral far and 8th, and yeah, I think both these teams, you know, Ancestral having been around the league for a few seasons now, definitely not looking in full form. Where Arctic, you know, still kind of getting their footing. So I think Arctic have a lot of potential, but it's something that we always discuss, whether it's preparation that day or, you know, any given Sunday or just the juju or the vibe or how the players are feeling. Like in this one, I feel like Arctic are still kind of finding their form, because when they were playing as Arctic, they were really good. But then there were some rounds where they like pause at a certain line of scrimmage and just all end up dying one by one. So I want to see Arctic lock it in, and it's the same thing with the Ancestral. You know, both of them have a lot to show. So
honestly, for me, I don't care which team it is, but one of them has to 2-0 today. I feel like if they draw, they can really start to kiss those dreams of getting in those top 4 goodbyes. So really need to see a 2-0 from either one of those teams today. Our last game on stream, Mercenary versus Spartans. Really excited for that one. And then Pandaric also will be playing only 4 frag off screen to wrap up the day here before we get ready for finals weekend.
yeah, but we got a banger to start with. Pandaric versus Exaltation in our first game as we look at our head-to-head matchup here, Hot Sauce. We haven't seen, I haven't had the pleasure of seeing Pandaric yet, so This should be very interesting to watch. Going to be having Walker, Blitzer Girl, Rapid, Kodes, and Deus, and Duckies, excuse me, versus Exaltation, Denny, Argukus, Matuso, and I'll get those last two names here in a second. And you know, right now, as you mentioned, Pandaric only two games, not played the full games. We're gonna have a Butterbot and Mr. G Whites, by the way, those last two players on Exaltation. But you know, Pandaric, as you pointed out, Hot, they haven't played all their games, so Pandaric could take the lead in this one, push to 3-0, and really cement their first place so far in this HPL.
I'm excited for it. You know, they had a little bit of roster change-ups. I've loved the fact that they've added Duxie into this crew as well. They've got a deep roster. On the other side of things for Exaltation, the same. Butterbot had a really good first day as well. And they've got a deep bench. I mean, you've got Nosebleed, who had the first ace, I believe, of the tournament as well. So they've got a deep bench, a great roster, and maybe a chance to upset one of the only teams that hasn't taken a loss or a draw on the board yet. So it'll be a tough test for them, but I haven't got to see Pandaric myself on screen yet, so I am chomping at the bit to see this new squad and exactly how they flow together. Walker, Blitzer Girl, Rapid, we know they've played together for a long time. Codex, Duxie's now in the mix, and so a nice, interesting twist with a lot of talented players.
Nice, interesting pick. Lots of talented players and a big ask. You know, those pandas do love their bamboo, and they're hungry today. Now, as we look over at the map picks, Exaltation going to be banning Bowl. You know, interesting that pretty much I didn't see the map picks from the first day, Hot, but pretty much every team so far, or every matchup has had Bowl banned. I guess people just do not want to deal with Bowl. Iceberg also being banned. We've seen that a few times in recent history. I like Iceberg. You know, Iceberg's growing on me. It's kind of got this gotcha, haha factor, and I don't think people really understand how to play it yet. Like, you can see that the game sense is a little lacking across the board, whether it's NA or EU, or it just, you know, it's still in development somewhat. So, interesting choice to get rid of it, maybe not feeling comfortable. But in terms of picks, Exaltation going to be picking Bay 5, and Pandaric, like that map, pretty decent amount, as we can see, as they're picking Fort right after. So, two of these CQB really rotation-based bloodbath maps coming up here, Hot, between these teams.
I guess maybe you and Crack can go hold hands this week and reminisce about Iceberg, because it certainly has not been a popular one, but he feels the same way as you do. It doesn't surprise me that Exaltation wants to stay away from Bowl. Pandaric, very, very good on this map. Walker with the nade lineups. Blitzer Girl often anchoring down B site with no problems. So it doesn't surprise me that Exaltation wants to get away from there. Pandaric, very good on Fort and Bay 5. I think it's going to be up to Exaltation to really kind of shine here if they want to upset the Pandas. So I think it's going to be an exciting one, but Bay 5, Fort, two longtime staples here that I'd say Pandaric are certainly very comfortable with.
Yeah, nice staples. I mean, come on, Bay 5. It's like the classic OG arena map. So what? It doesn't look the same as Team Fight. No one's talking about that, Chad. Okay, everything's fine. Blast Gang is really cool. I love the way that the Bay 5 map is. You have so many rotational positions. You know, you got Sandwich and Green up mid. You got Connector going into B. You got all the way around Dockside. You got Alley wrapping A. There's so many different ways to kind of maneuver and manipulate and play around on the attacking or the defending side. And, you know, Pandaric, they've been like, I mean, this team has had many different names, Hot, but I think, you know, historically, they've been pretty okay at Bay 5. Sometimes they pop off. Sometimes they're a little limited. When Blitzer Girl in particular, when I think of this map, when Blitzer Girl and Rapid are unlocked on this map and they're just kind of moving around fragging, I mean, I feel like that's when this Pandaric lineup is just unstoppable, because when Rapid and Blitzer Girl are just have the freedom to frag, I mean, they're both the rest of the team is really good, huh? Don't get me wrong, but those two players are very, very good at carrying momentum. And as the momentum, first kill of the match going over to Mr. Walker, and Walker's going to be walking that nade on home into Mr. G White's hands.
They say he's the king of nade lineups. He's got the YouTube videos to prove it. Mr. G Whites has been phenomenal here in this series. And so to take him out in the opening round, I think is huge here for Pandaric. We've seen a lot of these P90s now with a nurse coming in to those MP7s as well. And in fact, we've got 3 on the side of Pandaric. Codex shifting forward. Denny just remaining patient for the time being. And we've seen Exaltation have no issues being patient on this attacking side, looking to see if they can get an early pick somewhere, if that defense will get a little overzealous.
Slow and steady. Ooh, the P90s are back. The P90. Oh my God. Yesterday we had the P90 bros. Now we have the P90 triplets. Rapid Deus and Codex all rocking this SS190 P90. Now, hold on a random aside. This 3-class selection, is this a new feature? I don't remember seeing this in the notes, and I haven't played it in a little bit, so I'm not up to date with every single change. When did they introduce this 3-class change?
Yeah, it's been real recent. So, like I said, we've seen a lot more of these P90s come out with the nerfs to the MP7, the 40-round mags down to the 30 is Codex. Now Matasu fighting back. I'll check back in on the P90 because the kills are popping off. And now it's just Matasu here. Will be taken out by Blitzer Girl. And an early round win here for Pandaric. But yeah, the MP7s, I mean, you got 10 less rounds in the mag now, down to 30. The pin was 2 less, I think, from 43 to 41. And so we have still seen it be viable in the right hands. There's a couple players that are still using that MP7 here and there, but the P90 with those 50-round mags have just kind of been the slightly more supreme weapon.
And you know what's crazy is I am a hater. I have never liked the P90, never enjoyed it, never been good with it, but I recognize how strong it is. I mean, as we saw it with that Codex, I forget who ran into him at parkour, but Codex was able to stop moving and shoot pretty much dead point straight ahead in like half of a millisecond. I mean, this gun's action is so quick. The ADS speed, the utility, the ergo, everything feels really good on the gun. Quick, snappy, and SS190 is such good ammo, particularly without all these enforcers, and even the assault classes aren't as beefy as they used to be. So that SS190, just 49 flesh, 37 pen. I mean, it's tearing you up. It's tearing you up, Mr. Hot Sauce. That thing is frying. They're taking space on Alley. Deus going to be common. I wonder if they hear each other wiggly. Blitzer, though, with that opening kill, they know Deus is there now.
Tucks back here in the back alley. Agurka getting to go forward. Butterbrat takes out Duxies here. Blitzer Girl tries to shift to the back alley, but doesn't realize Agurkus is pressed up into that advantageous position. Gets the back shot here. Now Rapid trying to pressure in. It's a 3v4. Up top is Matasu. The flick from Rapid's not good, and Matasu will put him down with a headshot.
Oh! Oh, my! What just happened? 2 kills, a nade from Walker we didn't see. Then he gets a kill. Codex with that P9, he gets another kill. Agurkus, no bomb planted, by the way. No bomb planted. Time is ticking. 20 seconds left, and he's kind of in a pincer position. Actually, Codex going to be rotating around.
Hear that plant. With that, they begin to close in here. Walker and Codex looking to work together. The hit fire from Agurkus is beautiful, but Codex and the P90 will shut him down. Walker in that round tossed a nade and then ran in and began shooting. As the nade goes off and kills one, he gets another simultaneously. And on this marksman role as well, I mean, Walker we've seen for so long rocking the Enforcer. Now on to this marksman class, and already at 4-2, Codex 4-0. A great start for Pandaric here on Bay 5. We'll see if they can keep that momentum rolling.
Keep the momentum rolling, indeed. And it's interesting seeing this team, like Rapid, Blitzer, and Walker. There have been a few periods where they weren't together, but these 3 players have pretty much played all of Arena minus a few months together. So, you see that cohesion, the way they play off each other, know what they're going to do. But Walker! From downtown, this defense, Walker. The nade man himself. Holy cow. Matasu trying to even things up. Gets a big kill on the Codex. Blitzer, though, immediately trades him out, and 2 members down. And, it's crazy, Hot. G. White's almost died, I think, to the nade, too. That was almost a triple kill with the world's tiniest nade.
Walker is incredibly dangerous with those grenades, and honestly, we've seen the Pandas. They've been kind of cursed into that 2nd place spot or the 3rd place spot through a lot of these HPLs. Walker, though, Looking for something different this time. The Pandas are hungry for first, and Walker is chopping them down, popping heads, getting bread, back-to-back headshots. Round 3 in the bag. The Pandas hungry for kills, and they just can't seem to get full. 8 and 2. Sheesh. Is that magical mute button haunting my friend Blue again?
Oh, dude, my stream deck is cooking me. It says I'm not muted. I'm sitting here blabbing away. Damn it, stream deck. I'm working over here. No respect, you know. It shows me I'm not muted. But anyway, Walker, what's that? 4 nade kills, 5 nade kills, putting so much pressure and using this SKS MAIAP. I mean, this gun has been so consistent for me, Hot. I mean, everyone seems to, when you walk into their line of sight, I mean, it seems like a pretty clean, easy kill if you're a DMR favored kind of friend. And it just, I mean, that MAIAP just shreds through people. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, MAIAP is like 53 flesh, 58 pen. So even if they were enforcers, they're exploding. But when there's soft little gentle giants like we see, they just explode.
I mean, it's basically the new enforcer class. It is the Saiga with the whole kit at this point, and I think that's why Walker is comfortable here. It puts bodies in the dirt in bunches. You've got 36 rounds in total, 35 in the mag, 1 in the chamber, and so I mean, you could potentially get 5 kills in 1 mag, and so we've seen it be a very destructive weapon. Walker in the hands of people like Walker. I mean, I'm no surprise that we see the Pandas up 3-0 here. Exaltation still searching for that first round, searching for that spark to rekindle this flame here, and they're not going to find it yet because Rapid, Blitzer Girl combined for 2.
Shots. Nice shot from Denny. Taking a lot of space on site. They're going to have time to get this down. Oh, no, they don't.
What?
It's Codex. Codex plays spoiler, stops it, runs away. He's not even going to kill him. He's just going to... Oh, man. The mind games here. Oh, that is a tough one, Hot. Walks up, kills your teammate, walks away. No
in
plan.
front of you while you're shooting him. Like, he walks up and shoots your teammate who is planning him while you're trying to shoot him in the side there. I don't know if that was Denny or who, but that's just unfortunate. It doesn't connect. Kodak sneaks away with that one, and some more troubles here for Exaltation on their map pick as well. And that attacking side can be a little bit difficult, but you feel like you need at least 2, potentially 3 rounds to have a strong fighting chance in the second half.
They do need to make something happen here. Looks like they're going to be pushing towards this A site. Exaltation looking to show some signs of life. Looks like 3 or 4 members pushing up that alley side. Just going to be having Deus Rapid on his back, though. Another player inside sight. That number 4 tucked. Number 2 also, Blitzer Girl. 4 members on this A site here, Hot. So I don't think it's going to be as easy of a take as this team plans. Exaltation getting active. All 4 members pushing up together, it looks like. Trying to really play cross. Sputter jumping across. Baits out Deus. I don't think they know about Rapid. Now they're going to know about Rapid. Deus takes out 1, though. Rapid takes out 1, but gets traded. Butterbot and G Whites take out the 2 players on site. Still have Walker, who's laying in this case. Shots ringing out back and forth. He might have got spotted, but I'm not sure. Oh, Agurkus doesn't see him. Agurkus doesn't see him.
Oh, my. I think he feels safe because of that jump and didn't spot him. The nade's going to go right by from back alley as well. And now Walker, prone like a snake in the grass, finds Agurkus. The call comes in, but Codex is in the back alley. The teammate has come to the rescue, and Codex, the whole crew, firing on all cylinders right out of the gate. The Pandas up 5-0 here on Bay 5.
That is crazy. And that's something you never want to hear, Hot. Codex is in the back alley. It's just, it's not something you want to hear. That man is devastating on all flanks, all angles. I mean, this team is, they're looking good. They're looking clean. And I like Codex on this team because Codex is just one of these all-around fragger, clutch, smart players that I can't sing Codex praises enough. Super consistent for the most part, always good, great at main game, great at pretty much a random aside, great at pretty much every game that he plays. Codex is a monster. So this young French competitor is really, really a powerful addition to this team. And Deus is very good as well. You know, Deus not one of our longer standing members of the community, but he's been around. Excuse me, not one of the longest competing members of the community, but he's been around for a long time and very good player. I think in terms of like vibe of a team, Walker picks up Denny. I feel like Deus fits right in with the vibe of this team. So good pickups overall. I like the current Panda lineup here, Hot. I mean, I think, you know, we've seen Rapid, Blitzer, and Walker together forever. Blitzer, though, takes out Butterbrat. We've seen the three together, and they've kind of gone from different flavors and persuasions. So this Panda lineup seems to be working well.
Oh, it's certainly working very well. Duxie's Blitzer Girl, and then Duxie's again. They combine for the three. They wrap up the round. The Pandas, they haven't dropped a single round. I don't even know if they've come close to dropping a single round. I think there was one that came down to a 1v1 that Codex wrapped up there, but it has really been all Pandas here. I mean, Walker on this SKS at double-digit kills. Codex not far behind with 7. Blitzer Girl there with 6 as well, and everything just seems to be falling into place.
What's going to be the solution here, Hot? What is going to be the solution? You know, I'm trying to summon my cracked hot sauce wisdom brain, but I'm jumbling around, and the 3 brain cells that are in there are not firing any ideas. You know,
We might be in trouble then.
Walker!
Good
Oh my
Lord.
God. That's got to feel so bad, Hot. I mean, you're trying your best, and you just keep losing every other round, a member or two to a nade, and they're just kind of paused. I mean, you see, oh gosh.
It's all falling apart, and they might feel bad unless you're Walker. Then I bet it feels oh so good. This man's got the heat-seeking grenades in the pocket. Rocket drops them down yet again. Walker and the boomstick, 13-3. Codex 9-1. And well, Pandaric 1 round away from a flawless half, 2 away from closing it out.
And it's crazy to think about that on the, on the quote unquote bottom of this board with 7-0, you got Rapid and Deus with 3 kills. I mean, these lads haven't even been unleashed yet, and they're still up 7-0. I mean, it's scary to think about. Full slam towards B. Codex pushing out towards that connector. This P90 excels in this situation here. Yeah. The headshot level shots are just so easy to hit. Codex, unfortunately, putting damage down on 1. Does manage to get traded out by Butterbrat. 4v4 situation here. Blitzer rocking this AK-12. Not able to pick anybody up. Bomb is actually going to be going back around a forklift. It's going to be on that backside towards the dock. There is 1 player in B here, Hot. I think X has a chance to get the bomb down, but they got to clear Rapid, who's on site. Good luck with that.
Uh-oh,
no.
And the troubles continue. Butterbrat taking out Matasu. Agurkus will at least pick up a headshot on the Blitzer Girl, but you look at that device out there already down in this awkward spot. They begin to pressure forward, but they run right into the waiting arms of Rapid, the quick flick, and he finds the 3K.
You know, right before the round, we have mentioned now, 2 of the players really haven't even had to go crazy. And with that, Rapid picking up that beautiful 3-piece. I mean, it seems like the handling of this weapon is just so crazy.
Yeah, I mean, small, light, easy to control, recoil easy to control. 50 rounds in the mag, you can put down 2 or 3 bodies with not too much issue. So it's a phenomenal weapon, and that's why we see 2 or 3 of them out nearly from every team. So honestly, I love it though. I mean, we've seen the meta change so many times in the last couple months, and so I personally love seeing all the changes and things like that, but certainly working out a little better here for Pandaric today.
Definitely working out, and 8-0 already on match point. And Mr. Hot Sauce, this is not their map pick.
Yeah, that's where it gets scary, right?
Oh, takes a P90 to kill a P90. Ah, take that P90 back. Take that, Duxies. Take that, Hot Sauce. I said it right. Yeah, see? Rapid takes out Butterpot. Oh, Gurkus takes
it's the
out Rapid.
P90 action, bro. Back and forth
It's
they
actually
go.
crazy.
But
I don't know, man. I've never been able to utilize the P90. Main game, arena, like, bro, I suck with that gun. But it looks so good right now in arena. It makes me want to try it, and I know I'm going to suck with it.
you won't. We might be looking at an Exaltation first round win here if they can hold it down. Blitzer Girl Walker being patient. I think they realize they need to try to get a pick or two here before they look to get that plant. Walker, though, hold up, back onto the Enforcer with the express rounds. Does find one. Blitzer Girl, the pre-fire, doesn't connect, but Walker kind of got a pretty far forward here to get this first pick. So the device down. Exaltation does not get completely shut out here. They get their first round on the board.
Okay. Definitely a defense-sided map. About to have a reverse sweep. Everything's fine. Now, all jokes aside, friends, I mean, this is a tough matchup. Exaltation, it's their map pick, playing against one of the longest-standing teams in the league's history, in Europe's Tarkov arena scene's history, like literally. And yeah, I mean, this is kind of what happens. And Walker delivers with another nade. Hard. It's just so hard. You know, you come in this league, you qualify through qualifiers, but you still got to fight the big bad wolves. And right now, Panda's looking evil. Rapid takes up Matasu. Butterplot does manage to take out Duxies, but Codex not having it this time. Takes him out. Bombs going down. Total control of the site. Smoke pluming in that A main on the defender's side. And this should be lights out here, Hot.
I hope somebody goes back and gets a nade kill count for me from Walker on this map. And it might very well be a record for most nade kills in a single map. Blitzer Girl will find the headshot on to Denny. Mr. G White in a tough spot here in a 4v1. The device is already planted. Codex will put him down, and the Pandas take game one in dominating fashion.
Yeah, that was domination. I'm glad they got to get a breathing room of one round, but one round and against 9. I mean, I'm not a mathematician or nothing, but -8 is a tough way to start the first game. Exaltation already somewhat struggling in the league in terms of standing, so yeah, really tough opponent, really well played by Pandaric, and that's going to be 1-0 in the series so far. Pandaric up with a significant lead, all playing well. Exaltation got to have a big discussion before this next fort map, which is going to be the Panda's pick as we switch over.
Why we game, baby. Speaking about it, there's some gamers today. We've got a 9-1 off screen as well. Mercenary's taking out Ancestral 9-1 in their first one. The Pandas 9-1 in this one with an insurmountable. I don't even know how many grenade kills came from Walker alone. I want to flash back for a second. Walker 15-4, but it was Codex with the MVP at 12 kills and 12 headshots.
Yeah, I mean, every time we looked at his POV and people were close, Hot, I mean, you saw that control, that ergo, and the precision of that SS-190, that P90 up close. You know, when he was fighting like a budding, his back was on connector, they were coming up from hell to parkour. Those 3 kills, I mean, he could have easily killed all 3 of them. You know, he got one of them, but it was so precise, so clean. But then you switch over to Rapid. Rapid with that SS-190 goes crazy, picks up 3 pieces, and I think that's where this weapon is just, it's scary stuff, you know? And the whole Panda lineup, 3 of those P90s, I mean, they were all cooking. And then you had Rapid, Blitzer and Walker with 2 different weapons, the AK-12 and the SKS, still frying from a distance. So, yeah, that was a game of games by the Pandas. I mean, they definitely came hungry for sure.
I was actually surprised we saw Walker back on the Saiga for that second half, even though they didn't need many rounds. But, I mean, he was a monster on that SKS. Now we're going to get ready for Fort here, which is Pandara's map pick. But as we get ready for Fort, let's take a quick look at all these crazy highlights from the first one. It was a nice opening pick here from Atasu. Unfortunately, Pandaric just seemed to have their number today. I think Walker got a nade kill in round 1, followed up by a double nade kill in round 3.
Yeah, I mean, just nade after nade after nade. And, you know, we're going to see a few red highlights, but for the most part, this is all looking to be the Pandas. I mean, it's so difficult to deal with. Wow. You see how strong that SKS is. I mean, it seems like it has almost no recoil, single fire. First shot accuracy is good. Refire is good. It's a tough ass shot. I mean, this team played super well. I don't know if Exaltation really even played that bad. You know, it's hard to judge them. I think the Pandas just went ballistic. I mean, look, the instant kills. Every time we're looking at one of these P90s, Hot, it's just insta-kill after insta-kill after insta-kill.
Yeah, I mean, and when you think about the fact that almost every round they're playing with a member or 2 down because Walker has hit them with some type of crazy nade, I think they just never really could get going in this one. It was difficult time after difficult time, and they just couldn't find a way to bounce back. So I think on Fort, you know, they're going to have to keep it close early. I think if we see them down 4-0 to start again, they're going to have similar issues.
Yeah, and it's not going to get any easier in some sense because we are moving over to their map pick. You know, okay, it's Bay 5. Pandaric knows how to play it, but if that's how strong of a performance they had on Bay 5, I can't imagine it's going to get any easier, Hot. You know, the only difference is they're starting
I'm
on
hoping.
attack.
I'm hoping, but I'm not quite a believer yet. It's going to be up to Exaltation to make me a believer. And honestly, it's nice to see the Pandas playing this well consistently throughout the entire weekend so far, because we've talked about it. I mean, they've consistently found themselves in second and or third place, and they've just never quite been able to break over that edge, at least in recent times. So we've seen a lot of roster changes, but I mean, this crew just seems to be working so well together. Their team synergy, it's almost like they know where each other's going to be. They can keep those comms at a bare minimum so that they can listen for those audio cues. And for me, it's always about what Walker shows up. We've seen Walker dominate a lot of times. We've seen him have a couple of stale games because he is kind of that lurker role a lot of times on that Saiga. But on the SKS, man, a shining star.
Yeah, I mean, the utility alone, he probably got, 6, 7, 8 kills and massive frags. I mean, right off spawn, they're down a man or two, and it's so tough to even try and take a position with that kind of disadvantage. Then you have Codex in that parkour green area, just peeks out mid, kills a few, goes back in like half a second. I mean, and there's 3 of them with those P90s. You got Walker from downtown with the SKS, and then you got Blitzer Girl with that AK-12, and it's like, pick your poison, Hot. None of them are easy targets. And again, I don't really have anything negative or critical to really say about Exaltation. I think on the day, Pandaric just looked phenomenal. I mean, again, when we look at those highlights, how many of those kills, Hot, were almost instant? I mean, that SS-190 it's cleaning up so quick, and it doesn't get any better against the AK-12 and the SKS, so it's a tough ask, man.
I will say, though, that, when you're getting double nade killed 2-3 times in a single game, at some point you have to say, okay, these nades are coming off, because almost all of those nade kills were beginning round nade kills within the first 5 to 10 seconds. And so at some point you might say, hey, let's just wait back for a few seconds, wait till we hear these nades go off, and then pressure forward. But, like I said, it's always easier said than done when we're sitting in the booth. Obviously, they have intel that we don't, or strategies that they might be trying. But just from the outside looking in, it felt like at some point you have to be a little bit more aware that you're playing against Walker, who knows a ton of nade lineups. He's shared a ton online. He's probably got some deep in the pocket as well. And so, you know, when you find yourself 4, 5, 6 rounds finding early nade kills, early double kills, sometimes you got to just pump the brakes a little bit and see, hey, maybe if we just, because there's a lot of time early in the round, and I think, you know, we've seen teams, especially on that attacking side, be patient, have a little bit more success, then explode together. So it's something that they might want to consider here for Fort if they find themselves dying very early to nades.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is we're going to be starting, I believe, with Pandas on attacking. Let me just pull up my sheet here. I believe the Pandas, it is going to be their match, and it is going to be them attacking first. Yep, so maybe the defensive start will be a little bit of a change that they need, because I believe on defense, yeah, you can mess up the timings a little bit if you have an attacker throwing a nade, but I think it's much more difficult to exactly predict where the defenders are going to go. You know, an attacker, you're rotating one way, you're rotating another for the most part on Bay 5, so I think the timing advantage should relieve them a little bit, but I think they also need to kind of answer with their own utility and try to push back on that pacing. Because if those nades just keep raining down from Walker and you don't really have an answer hot, if you just got to delay yourself and that's pretty much your own answer, it's like that's only going to work so many times before Pandaric figures out, okay, they're waiting 10, 15 seconds for our nades. Let's just hold them for a different time. And then all of a sudden, you know, whatever value you had from waiting is gone. So I like the idea, Hot. I think this is a tough matchup. You know, any given Sunday, today happens to be Sunday, and all 5 Pandas are looking real strong. They got some good bamboo over this weekend.
Yeah, they're certainly bamboozling some people here today, but honestly, I feel like the defensive nades on Bay 5 are a little bit easier because you know where they're rushing from, so you can hit them. Here, I feel like the attacking nades are a little easier. I mean, I call them the Andreezy easy nade lineups. We've seen Andreezy have a ton of great nade lineups here on the attacking side, and already it's Blitzer Girl to find a nade on the G Whites, and this is what I'm talking about.
Wow. Codex can't even kill him before Blitzer does.
Wow.
Wow.
Clear eyes.
Codex just playing an aim trainer. That's kind of what the SS-19, the P90 rather reminds me of. It's like almost like an aim trainer. Shots ringing out back and forth. We see an MP7 now in Walker's hands instead of that SKS. 2 AK-12s, a P90. I'm not sure what Rapid had, but a little bit different weaponry. Oh, the wide swing from Denny. Great footwork. Is it enough, though? Probably not. 15 seconds to kill 3 people. Unfortunate. Yeah. Tries to P-fire, shoots the... What did the wall do to you, Duxies? What did the wall do to you? Or no, that was Denny. Sorry, excuse me. Denny, what did the wall do to you? Too many Ds.
We have seen more of the MP7s come out on this map specifically. This is where Nosebleed got his ace with the MP7. So I believe Bikizi plays an MP7 on one half of this map as well. So we have seen the MP7 still kind of make its way. I know Call Me Joe loves it here as well. But yeah, it's certainly a little bit of a change up. Rapid still rocking that P90 though. And on the other side of things here, kind of a similar composition. So we've got a couple P90s. I believe there was a couple AK-12s in there. And Denny opening up with this pick on the Codex. These P90s are absolutely rocking here today as they try to lock down the A site.
Yeah, the MP7. I mean, MP7's a good choice for the CQB, but I feel like in terms of ammo, I feel like the SS-190 is going to be way more reliable than the FMJ. You know, I'm not always a fan of the FMJ FX. It's got a little more pen, but a lot less flesh, like 6 less flesh and like 3 less pen or something. Rapid though, P90 from downtown takes up a Tasu. It is really nice to see the non-shotgun enforcer meta though. I love that we're seeing much more meta weapons and lots more fighting, lots more dynamic shots. Speaking of fighting, Rapid takes out a Gurkus. And Deus takes out Denny. His Panda lineup is just fully dialed in right here, Hod. I mean, shots ringing out long, short, close, doesn't really matter. They're just fragging, cooking. Weapon of choice doesn't matter. Blitzer kills him through the smoke, I believe. Yeah, this is This is a tough one. Pandas are just playing out of their mind right now. Not sure what the answer from Exaltation is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, that's it, right? Pandas are winning their gun battles almost every single time. And on the rare occasion that one of them loses a gun battle, there's someone there to find the trade immediately. They're playing so well together. They've come with a game plan. They're executing it flawless. From Walker's nades, we saw Blitzer opening up in round 1 this time, 4 on the board for her, 3 for Rapid. And so that's the dangerous thing about Pandaric. It doesn't matter who's popping off, but they are going to be popping off.
Yep. They are popping off. Switch the weapon, didn't matter. Switch the map, doesn't seem to have mattered. Put them on attacking first, doesn't really matter. Denny, nice opening kill onto Walker. Codex knows he can move quicker, but it's not going to be able to work. Matasu doing a great job just holding down his ground. He's going to know Deus is there. Nice nade from Blitzer.
Blitzer's going to go down here. Butterbrat. Nasty 2K with a P90 here. And now it's all down to Rapid. We talked about it. They couldn't afford another 4-0 start. If they can get an early round here in round 3, maybe they can begin to battle back now. Rapid's trying to dance around. Up into the heavens he goes. A lot of audio cues being made here as well. We see Mr. G. White's kind of mirroring him. I'm wondering if Rapid did hear him go around here, though, as we do see, I believe that's a Gurkus beginning to pull back toward the B side as well.
Yeah, I think Rapid maybe got some faint audio, but he's not 100%. Rapid, though, not going to be able to plan for free. He's going to be taking those shots. As soon as he goes to plan, he should pretty much die for free. Yep. Butterbrat, big 3K for his team. Picks up the first round on this defensive side. 2-1, much, much, much better start. You know, it's like, okay, Blue, okay, Captain Obvious, sure, after an 8-0 half. But hey, listen, you know what? They're getting some frags, took some space, answered well, stopped the A push, signs of life. There's a pulse. We have a game potentially. We have a game potentially.
Yeah, they just need to be able to string more than one round on the board in a row. And so we'll see if they can do that here in round 4. Butterbrat already up into mid here, trying to get up top and just hold this down. We see a lot of players positioned in this spot. Most of the crew here for Pandaric, though, are heading toward that A side. And for some reason, we see an early rotation toward B from Exaltation.
Yeah, heavy rotation. And I think Denny's Scooby sense is tingling right now, but he's not quite sure why. And yeah, it's 4 members and no one's really moving on this B side. So if Denny gets caught here, you know, if Denny can't get more than 1 here, Hod, it's probably just going to be insta plan and probably the round. If he can play spoiler, kill 1 or 2.
See Matasu beginning to shift back toward the A site now. So now Denny on a sweep peek here, finds Codex. Walker will tuck into the cubby here. Now Rapid pressing forward. Duxies the kill on to Denny. Matasu trying to hold the long angle as they look to pressure on site, but needs to get a bit further forward here if he wants to deny the plant.
Swings out wide, doesn't manage to kill anybody. Takes a lot of damage in that exchange too. Maybe shoot Duxies once or twice, puts a little damage, but you know, oh my, Walker with the disgusting nade onto headshot. Time is ticking, 30 seconds, and that's the one challenge with Ford here, Hod. If you're a little slow on the rotation, it's already 20 seconds gone, plus another 5 to defuse. Blitzer, though, from downtown on short, kills 1, kills 2. Agurkus fighting for his life, 15 seconds. Gonna have to go absolutely ballistic, but it's not gonna be enough to stop the Blitzer girl flank. Walker picking up the MVP for that round, 2 kills, and a huge, huge nade to blow up that defensive line. I mean, Matasu had some pressure there, but once that nade came down, it was Jover.
Honestly, the Pandas have drawn up some really great plays, consistent, solid flanks. We see Blitzer Girl coming in behind there. Once, I mean, it was already a late rotation from Exaltation. We see Blitzer Girl still there to come behind, find a two-piece. Agurkus left in a 1v3 with only 15 seconds. And even if he finds a couple kills, that defuse almost impossible. The Panda drawing board here for these plays has been phenomenal today. But Butterbrat dropping the device early, finds Rapid as well.
Shots ringing out back and forth. That's going to be 3 people gone from the team. Agurkus, another kill on the Codex. Bomb is down, and great strats from Pandas, but seems like on this defensive side, something about that P90 is working really well for Butterbrat. Deus on the flank in that CT spawn, but not going to be able to really take advantage of it. Bomb's down in such a horrible position, but Duxies, gosh, I call him so many different names. I'm sorry, chat. His name confuses me. Duxies in that 1v4. I read his name and I want to say Deus so bad. Like Deus Ex. Just want to say it so bad. Duck
feels so
sees,
good
Duck
to him.
shoots. Duck dies. That was a good try. But a great round. Exaltation 3-2, keeping it super even in this game here, Hod. And what do you think is making the difference? I guess Butterbrosh just picking up them early frags. I mean, picked up 3 the round they won, then picked up 2 there with that P90. That initial stop of the defense is working.
Butterbrat, Denny, both on these P90s having a really great start. We have seen a couple nade kills, but we haven't nearly seen as many, especially early nade kills where, you know, Pandaric has this 2-player advantage. So I think Exaltation doing a good job of, you know, battling in this one, keeping it close so far. But, you know, I don't know. I feel like this map is typically a little bit more of a defensive-sided map. A lot of patience here from the Pandas. G White's though, opening pick on the Blitzer Girl to jump across from Rapid. Now he hears the audio cue, but he's up on the top of the bed. Rapid on teetering with free fire here. Backing off though, Rapid on the chase, and he can't find it. Butterbrat now on fire. Agurkus for 2, and Exaltation beginning to come alive.
And an ace coming out of Exaltation, and even scoreline 3-3, and holy cow. You know, maybe the last one was a warm-up map. Maybe this should be their map pick going forward. Who knows? But one way or another, Exaltation turning online and not letting the Pandas pounce all over them like they did last game. Still plenty of game to go. And, you know, it's always hard to say whether this is an attacker side or a defense side. And I think most players that I've spoken to agree it's in a quote-unquote attacker side. But I mean, look, you never know with these kind of maps and how they play out. For some reason, this defense is going very well for Exaltation, picking up good frags, good rotations. This Panda lineup going to be slamming towards this A side. The Rapid comes out, picks up 1, but immediately gets traded. Deus from downtown dies to Matasu. And they are just slamming here, Hot. I mean, great coverage, multiple crossfires, and no one's gotten really killed without getting traded out immediately. Walker with the balls of steel. Yeah, I think he knew he was going to die if he tried to do that. He's got a minute left, though.
Baits him out with the audio cue, though. It immediately sends Butterbrat back. Agurka says, hey, I'll follow as well. I heard him heading that direction. And so for Walker, now has a chance to isolate this, or a chance to isolate this 1v1 against G White. Is he aware? No, you got to check the Connors, as my boy Blue would say. And unfortunately, Walker goes down. And just like that, we see Exaltation in the lead for the first time in this series.
You gotta check your Connors. He took the words. He was reading my mind before Walker even swung out. I was like, check your Connors. Check your Connors. Oh, my. But you're right. I mean, great point there, Hot. Great observation from the caster in the caster booth. Exaltation take the lead, folks, in this series. And pretty convincing the last 2 rounds. I mean, Pandas were up, and now I believe it was 3-0. And Now it's 4-3 and pretty convincing. Rapid, though, had enough of it. The nice rapid kill on the Mr. G. Good crossfire coming out of the team. One player does drop. Walker drops, but I believe Butterbroad is immediately traded out. Unfortunately, two players pushing up this marked. One goes to sleep. Codex, nasty kill. I wonder if Codex... Yep, Codex going to have info that there's a second one there. Denny going to be under that marked room. Is Codex going to be able to grab the bomb? Looks like Rapid maybe going up top and, yeah, doing the old wraparound, trying to make sure there's space. They clear enough space, though. I wonder if they're aware of where Gurkus is. Danny rotating all the way back to A, but looks like he's going towards the T spawn. Maybe going for a little bit of a wild flank.
Well, it is Pandas with a slight player advantage here momentarily. Looking to find themselves into a tie at half of Gurkus. Denny have other plans, and I think he hears the footsteps of Blitzer Girl, but he doesn't find it. Blitzer Girl stops on a dime, feeling fine, and puts him into the dirt here. Gurkus all alone now in a 1v3, and Pandas pleading a good case to find themselves up the tie at half.
It's going down. The Gurkus. Rapid gets the info, puts pressure. Just wasting time. Fancy footwork coming out from Rapido. Yeah, this is such a tough retake here. I mean, even if you play perfect, you're hot. To clear all these angles, all the space, all the crossfires, it's so tough, you know. Even if he escapes Codex there, goes towards Spiral, Blitzer's there is waiting, and then Rapids up top waiting to flank in. Good round from the Pandas to even things up. Great signs of life, though, for Exaltation, but now the pressure becomes a little bit stronger, I would say, for them, Hot, because, again, you're on attacking side. You're not going to get any freebies. No one's going to walk into you, so what kind of magical strategies did they cook up in the lab today that's going to help them take the lead over the Pandas? Right now, in terms of raw, gun power, both teams seem to be firing on the same cylinder, so now it's going to come down, I think, a little bit more to less mechanics, more strategy, more team play. You know, we saw in that last round there, Hot, when the Pandas finally won, there was a lot more closer team play, people being traded out, multiple crossfires, and that's how Exaltation won their rounds as well. Lots of cover, lots of crossfires, so see how that plays out with them now attacking and how they can cover each other's backs. 4-4 in this half.
So far, the Pandas have been almost lights out on defense. That's what I'm looking for. Back to the 3P90s. Walker with that saga in hand here as well, going back to the Enforcer class. So things do get a bit interesting. Blitzer Girl already finding Matasu here, though. Codex on the peak, doesn't spawn anybody just yet. There's G White's couple shots downfield, but they don't connect either here, and we'll have to back off and reconsider what they want to do.
Silence on both sides. Codex trying to catch the jiggle. Little wiggle, little jiggle. Smoke's coming out. Looks like there's going to be smoke going towards headshot. Smoke towards that D1, D2 position. Maybe that was an 80 through, actually. Didn't quite hear an explosion. Shots ringing out back and forth. The beautiful sound of the AK-12. Matasu currently the only player in the grave right now.
Nice pick here from Agurkus, though. Codex does go down to bring it back to a 4v4. Shots ringing out through the smoke, but no real damage done just yet. Duxie's dancing around and flirting with disaster. Here comes Rapid. He finds the headshot onto Agurkus. Duxie's Rapid and crew trying to work together. We see Blitzer Girl tucked just on the other side. The device has already been planted, though, and 40 seconds to work with.
Interesting positioning. Exaltation tries to get out. Denny dies. G White's managed to pick up Walker, but Rapid takes out Butter. Now in a 2v1 situation.
Oh!
Ew.
That's tough. That is tough. He gets the defusal. Blitzer Girl not able to step forward and find that pick. Now in the prone position. Blitzer Girl has found it, but she's got to get back. She's got to get back to the device, and now there's not going to be time.
No! Boom.
Goes to dynamite.
The stare of doom.
The stare of doom, indeed. It was just unfortunate timing, and I think Blitzer Girl maybe ran out of rounds in the mag, had to try and dip back, but it's just a tough position and some awkward timing there. Exaltation gets a big round win on that opening half here from the attacking side, nonetheless. So Pandaric back to the drawing board. They find themselves down for the second time here on Fort.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like a switch was hit and everything just kind of slowed down. Pandaric was just in total control. Now we're in Exaltation's game. I mean, that round was very close. Pandaric could have definitely won that for sure, but what a great defense by Mr. G to clutch that out. Delays enough to actually get the round for the team, and I feel like the pressure is on now, but for the Pandas, I feel like the dynamic has changed at this point.
Yeah, again, I'm surprised we haven't seen Walker back on the SKS, even on the defensive side here, just because he did do so well, and that gun is a monstrous one in the right hands. But working with the Saiga does have 4 on the board already. Blitzer Girl up to 10, Rapid for 8. I mean, these have been some very close rounds that could have gone either way, but Exaltation doing what they need to do to make sure they close out the important ones. Matasu now just being patient, waiting for this flank to come in. Not sure if he could spot the toes of Walker there, who was teetering out a bit.
Spot the toes as he goes.
Ooh. This is one of those Andreezy nade lineups. Doesn't quite find a home. He's got a second one, though. G-Whites picks up on the Walker. Codex back to Butter. Brought in a 1-for-1. Now it's Rapid to find G-Whites as well. Matasu has to dance through mid. It's a dangerous spot here as well. Codex lurking on the backside, trying to find him, but it is Pandas with a player advantage.
Ooh. Rapid Codex, Rapid Codex. Seen both their names twice this round so far in 8 seconds. Tries to pick up the bomb, and Rapid says, no, no, no. Don't touch my bum. Even score line. And that's what they kind of need. I mean, when Rapid and Codex were playing around, they took a little space there. That defense seemed to work well for them. Now, we're only in the 3rd defensive round for the Pandas here, but it seems like when Rapid and Codex were active there, it worked very well. Maybe taking a little bit more space, not as passive of a defense is going to work well for them. Again, still only round 3 in this, so hard to say what's working, what's not, but good round to even things up for the Pandas, and Exaltation going for this B push now. Might be trying to catch them lack. Gonna have one player in that bedroom, one going from, looks like into Spiral. Yep. Duxie's gonna be in Spiral, moving up. Now, they are gonna have info that there's players over here, Hawk, but no one's really been spotted yet. But Denny with the first opening pick on the Walker, and a big pick at that.
That Exaltation can now work with. We see him pressing up toward Cannon side. They've got a nice split toward mid here as well. Looking to gain control of this B site. Codex playing with a teammate here as well. Posted up at the steps. And good positioning to stop this Cannon push here as well. But they've got to win the gunfight. On the peak goes Codex. Rapid to find one. Matasu answers back, and now Agurkus finds one, but Codex can't get the second.
And Blitzer's so far away. I mean, that's the challenge with this map. Once bombs planted, she's rotated quick enough, though, and reacted quick enough that she's going to be here with pretty much no wasted time. But still the 1v3, and this B plant, there's so many different angles to hold it from. It's such a tough retake as a solo. Ooh, she's aware. She's aware, but unfortunately, Butterbrought with this P90 just being consistent. 3rd MVP for him, 2 kills that round, 9 kills overall. And we see the whole team of Exaltation pretty consistent across the board. 9, 9, 8, 6, 5. You know, the whole team, everyone's fragging, and see a little bit of a variation on the other sides. On the Pandaric side, Duxies and Walker having a quieter game than they did last game. You know, Walker was popping off last game, so maybe a few nade kills, maybe a few Enforcer shotgun kills will bring him right back to life. Speaking
With
of
that
life,
nade for the time being. Yeah, exactly. Almost flirting with disaster with his life there, but he does come away unscathed. Almost got some of his own nade treatment. Rapid in a good spot here. We see Matasu just below on the other side, but Exaltation has done a good job of being patient on the attacking side, looking for this first initial pick. The shadow comes in. Rapid can't quite spot him before he jumps back, though.
cat and mouse game. You know, you hear the smoke pluming. You don't really hear any footsteps. There's no real audio for these players to play off of. And you know, it's crazy hot. Pandaric's about to be hit with their own strat. Oh! The cheeky peeky, but unfortunately immediately traded out. And this is where Exaltation's been so good so far this half. And in this map, Hot, they've been trading and playing each other's lives so well. Even if one of their teammates falls, they're right there to trade them out and get them back. And Rapid got that cheeky peeky sneaky on the mid, but right around the same time got a shot on the beaky and went to sleep. Good trades. Bomb's going to be getting down. I wonder if Blitzer's going to actually... Ooh! Does get that kill. Massive kill from Blitzer. Is G White's going to get traded out, though? G White's needed to die there. That's a problem that G White's got out of there, but G White's is so hurt. Codex doing a great job to kill Butterbroad. G White's, though, so hurt. I mean, he is a... You could blow a candle out and he might accidentally die. That's how weak this guy is.
Yeah, don't sneeze, for sure. And G Whites does go down as Duxies to find it. The defusal will come in this time. And Pandas will find a way to tie it up. And even 6-6 here, which, again, is a little bit surprising. I mean, Bay 5 was Exaltation's map pick. They get 9-1. We head to the Pandas map pick, and all of a sudden we have the most competitive match we've seen yet.
It's mind-boggling. I mean, it makes you really scratch your wisdom. You know, all that beautiful bald wisdom that you just scratch. It just lets you know that, like, there's something about map picks that aren't always going to be consistent. It really doesn't make sense. It's like, it's almost confusing in some sense, right? Like, you feel like you pick a map being well prepared, you get rolled over, then you go on your opponent's map and you're more prepared for that. And they're also playing much better, Hot. I mean, again, the team play and the consistent team objective taking and the team trading, that was, I think, the difference. There was kind of an individual game for Exaltation in the first one. They're playing very well as a team here.
Oh, Denny almost caught with utility in hand. He's trying to dance around. He gets the P90 back out here, though. We'll try to exchange some bullets. Not a ton of damage. Butterbrock with a little off the top as they try to pressure forward toward A, but the Pandas are set up. They've got 4 strong here, Blue.
4 strong here indeed.
Oh. That nade hit Matasu for a lot.
Oh, you're right. He's hurting. Still alive. Maybe gonna have to apply for some disability. Bratman takes out Butterbroth, though. That's a big opening kill. You hear those SS-190s, and he's still getting kills. Finally gets dropped. Blitzer and Codex take out Agurkus and Matasu. G Whites, man, he's feeling so confident with this M4. 2 back-to-back super clean kills out of G Whites, but bomb is down. 1v2 situation. Time is ticking. The bomb's in such a good position for them, Hot. I don't see how the Pandas throw this. Pause.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, especially with the time on the clock, right? 10 seconds. Even if he pushes out here and finds this kill, the other member can then just back off. There's not enough time to get the plant down, but it's not needed because Duxies and the P90 will find the kill. And after being down for a little while now, they had the first 3 rounds. Then they've been trailing for the majority of this match, but the Pandas find themselves back in the lead. They've climbed back atop the tree here. 2 more to close it out. 1 away from match point.
Yeah, they better keep climbing. Enjoy the bamboo at the top, but don't slide down this time. They were chilling there uncontested for a while. Then they got slapped down. Exaltation threw some coconuts at them. Now they're climbing back up. Walker! Big nade onto Matasu. Matasu's been opening up a lot of avenues in this match, so good kill on him. Only 7 kills for Matasu, but they've been very effective impact frags. Lots of important kills that open up sites for rotations or bomb plants.
Walker only for this one after having quite the big game has been a little bit silent, but that nade kill is so great for them, especially so far late in this game when you only need 1 more to get to match point and guarantee yourself an overtime. You give your team that early player advantage. And Exaltation, no rotation coming in. They continue to pressure into B, and Blitzer Girl with waiting arms finds one. Duck sees the second. Denny eventually putting down Blitzer Girl, but the damage has been done.
Yeah, and the Pandas, the last few last few rounds have really dialed things in. The kills coming through, flowing, and it seems the big difference is Exaltation losing a member or two before they... Oh, Codex! The beautiful footwork. He almost takes no damage from Mr. G. White. That's how smooth that man was operating. And Walker kills the planner just like he was killed last half, and that's going to be match point now for the Pandas. And what a game so far, Hot. I mean, Exaltation really stepping up, dialing things in, but the Pandas recollected themselves, taking a lead. They only have a 2-round buffer, but still match point here for the Pandas on their map pick. Got to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, 2-round buffer, but you guarantee yourself overtime, even if you don't conclude in those 2 rounds. I will say, I've got to tip my hat to Exaltation, though, to come out and play this competitively on not your map pick after getting a beat down, a complete pandemonium, if you will, on Bay 5, 9-1, I think speaks volumes for the mental fortitude of Exaltation. And so you love to see them fighting back, but they've got to get 2 more rounds if they want to extend the longevity of this one here.
2 more rounds, and you could see the confidence coming out of Pandaric. I mean, the amount of space that I believe it's Walker on that A side, or no, excuse me, it's Rapid. Rapid kills Matasu on that A flank hold. They're gonna know more than likely that there's no one coming A. Probably gonna see rotations towards that mid area, maybe towards B. Do see that player, I believe it's a Gurkus, rotating down from that mid position, down marked into the shower area, trying to clean himself off. But will he be clean enough to survive? Rapid takes out Mr. G. Whites. That's a big kill. Rapid rotating all the way from A up towards short, going to mid, gets the kill. Blitzer Girl, massive kill. Duxies gets Butterbrought and a flawless ace to close out this game here, Hot Sauce.
Well, it ends almost like it begins as Pandas kick it back into high gear. This time, it's old El Rabito with 17 kills. Blitzer Girl not very far behind as well. The Pandas get it done. They'll be the only team remaining that doesn't have a loss or a draw. A ton of wins on the board here for Pandas, and they are fighting to take that first place spot away from Oil Rig as this one concludes 9-6.
This is why we game.
Absolutely.
This is why we game.
I want to make sure you're getting in those giveaways too, Blue. You need to get out there, especially chat, ! Auroras if you haven't. The link is there in chat. Multiple giveaways or entries, excuse me, to get in. And I know I've taken advantage of it as well, but that RX 9070 XT is no joke. It's top of the line, Blue.
Top of the line, got server grade thermal paste on it, 16 gigs of DDR6. The clock speeds, I think when you like the base clock is like 29 something, and you could clock it up to 3300 megahertz, I'm pretty sure. Well, I believe it has a wind force cooling system on it, so that thing's gonna be Arctic cold. I mean, what more do you want from a piece of machine? Beautiful, looks good, runs fast, gives good graphics. Combine that with one of their processors, and man, you got yourself a multitasking machine, if I may say so myself, Hot.
Speaking of machines, Pandaric looking like a machine here in HPL number 5. They keep that flawless streak alive. It got a little bit sketchy there on Fort, which was their map pick, but when it boils down to it, when it matters most, they are able to get that job done.
You know, and I think it probably was a little bit of a loose and fast problem where they probably just had so much confidence coming off of the Bay 5. We just won our opponent's map pick. We won it super convincing, only dropped one round. And I think there was a little, I don't want to say lackluster, but a little lackadaisical team play at the beginning where they really weren't covering each other. They were all just kind of like individually playing, running around. And we saw how Exaltation answered that well. Once Pandaric started trading each other, playing more to their strengths, Rapid and Codex got a little more aggressive and took space. I mean, they just started really popping off. And again, the team play, I think when they got like a little lackadaisical and just like, oh, we're going to beat them, the confidence was a little too high, and I think that led to, you know, a very close match that I think otherwise probably shouldn't have been as close if Pandas played as well as they could have.
Yeah, and certainly Walker knows best, but I just want to see him back on that SKS, man. He was dominating on Bay 5. It was a ton of fun to watch. And again, I need a nade count. I need a nade count at some point here before the end of next weekend and how many nade kills Walker got on Bay 5. In the series alone, we saw a lot of great ones from Blitzer Girl on Fort as well, but the Pandas getting it done here. We got a couple other exciting matchups. This next one as well, I'm really excited for. I know we got some highlights for you in a moment, but Arktic, Ancestral. Ancestral already had to face Mercenary here today where they, I believe, lost 2-0. And I believe 9-1 was Ancestral's first game. 9-4 was their second game. So quick look at the highlights, though. This one was a little bit more back and forth.
Yeah. The plaid stripes, as my man Hot likes to say, stripes in the kill feed, back and forth, back and forth. Pandas come out pretty strong here. 3-0. Looked like it was going to be repeated the last match. And then Butterbrought right there with that 2-1. Puts pacing, it slows down the pacing. And then we just start to see Exaltation really dial things in. And the kills just started flowing. I mean, the kills. Butterbrought in particular, man, in the middle of this game, Hot, he just started getting 2-3 kills every round to really put the boys on his back and push forward.
Honestly, I was a little bit worried. We saw that 3-0 start from the Pandas, and then all of a sudden Exaltation takes the lead, and they don't give it up until very late in this one. And a lot of great decision-making, a lot of great gun battles in this one. We saw Exaltation winning them, finding trades when they needed to. G. White's had a couple really big moments as well.
Right.
And even at this point, we see him leading 5-4 here.
Leading 5-4 and then 5-5. And, you know, when things get really close here in this half, he felt like Exaltation took a little bit of momentum, but this kill right here from Blitzer, this is where they really opened up this game. They get these kills, they get to defuse, and then this 6-6 is where it just takes off and ends up closing out the game. That kill by Blitzer onto the diffuser really opens that round, and then we just see the confidence coming out of Rapid and Codex in these next few rounds. Just walking around, Duxies, plans, snaps, kills, Rapid stops the plant, and what was a close game ends up being closed out by the Pandas. That little bit extra bamboo snack between halves might have just paid off mega dividends.
Pandas putting the P in the P90, the triple P90 bros there were putting in work, and a great job by the Pandas because, like I said, they're the only team that has that flawless record at the moment. It got a little sketchy, and now they're showing even when times get tough, they are able to close out these important rounds, but can they do it against a team like Mercenary or Oil Rig? I think that's the next question on my mind for that stepping stone as they look to get into first place here after this first weekend. But, man, so many great games so far. I know we've got Arktic and Ancestral coming up next. We do need to take a short break to get these players loaded into the lobby. Perfect time to stretch those legs, you know, and grab those snacks. Did you have something for us, Blue?
No.
Oh,
Looking
okay.
forward to stretching my legs. Just a little break. Not a big
Yeah,
one.
gotcha,
Don't go
gotcha.
too far. Don't go too far now. Just a little break. Go grab your snacks, use the bathroom, and we'll be right back, folks.
We're back for day 3 of HPL 5, brought to you by Hunt Premier and Battle State Games in partnership with Aorus and AMD. One exciting series done and dusted. The Pandas hang on to the flawless streak so far, but next up, Arktic and Ancestral. Ancestral already had a little bit of a tough day. They lost to the Mercenaries 9-1 and then 9-4. Does that affect them at all heading into this next matchup, do you think, Blue?
I mean, it's you see me looking down, I'm trying to summon and muster up the courage to say something, but you're down 5 matches already in this league. I mean, you know, they're across the score, but I believe they've lost 4 series or 5 series so far. They're hurting, man. They're hurting. I think Arktic, especially because they're newer, that, you know, it's easier to kind of deal with the ebb and flow of winning some, losing some, maybe getting a draw. Ancestral's been around for a while, and, you know, going 0-5 in this Swiss bracket so far, it's gotta be hurting hot. I mean, I understand being positive and being, but you know, and look, I'm all about positivity in the E locker room, hot, but it's tough, man. I don't know what else to say. It's a really challenging, you know, almost like a Sisyphus situation. You know, you roll the rock up the mountain, it goes back down. You roll it up, it goes back down over and over. It's tough, man.
Yeah, honestly, I think, you know, for them, it pretty much goes one of two ways, where you have that low morale where you say, hey, guys, yeah, it might have sucked so far, but now let's go out and get a win. Like, let's go out on a bang. We've only got a little time left, so let's go out, have some fun, and just maybe by having fun with it, they can relax a little bit. But we'll take a quick look at the head-to-head between these two teams here. Arktic versus Ancestral, best of 2. And honestly, I'm excited for this one. These are 2 rosters. I've gotten to talk to a lot of the guys from both teams. A lot of really fun guys littered across both of them.
Oh, man, Ancestral's a fun bunch. I know those lads. They'd love the fact that I could actually pronounce their names. You know, Ancestral could have Selfish, Geistrus, Sphaedus, Kofinas, and Yave. On the other side, going to be having Arktic. Screen went away, so we'll come back to that in just a second. But, you know, this game, I think, it's big for both these teams, but I think it's very important. You know, obviously both teams want to win. Looking at that Arc lineup real quick: Kazbu, Luda Baby, Tio, Lalo FPS, and come back to the last one in a second. But you know, I mean, both these teams, not a clown. Thank you so much. I'm acting like a clown over here, calling out not a clown. Both these teams really want this victory, but it's like. It's something you had mentioned is if you even want to contest for top 4, I think Ancestral, unfortunately, like this last series, might have been the death knell. So for Arktic, I think their kind of last chance to really move up the standings is kind of, they need to get a win here. But I don't know if it's going to be that easy. I mean, Ancestral, again, they've been around for a while, very good team, having a rough go of it. But again, you know, you qualify into HPL, so you obviously have the ability to be here. Just the competition this time around, I think, is very, very tough.
Honestly, this is an exciting team for me. I mean, this is a team that we saw in the ASPL, you know, the LCL. And so this is their first time into the HPL. And they've been playing well. They've had a few hiccups here and there, but this is a very fun team to watch. And so I'm excited to see what they can do. You know, we're going to take a quick look at the map bans and picks to see exactly where we're going to end up here. But you can see Iceberg, Ancestral wants nothing to do with that. Arktic staying away from Bowl. And so we get some of those traditional maps that we saw a little bit earlier today. The Bay 5 and Fort pick coming out, Blue.
Yeah, it's wild to me that everyone's been banning Bowl. Iceberg makes sense. You know, you have the newer map. It's between that or Skybridge usually. And pretty much everyone wants to play Bay 5 or Fort. You know, I'm a huge fan of these maps. I love the CQB fights. I love the rotations. I love the positioning. And it looks like both these teams want to brawl. And I think that's where, in some sense, they both need to focus and excel at in this situation, Hot, where both teams have certain players that they need the freedom to move around and frag. You know, and I think if they have the confidence to follow up, again, Arktic yesterday, they had 2 sides. When they were passive, they just kind of paused, died one by one, lost rounds, lost halves, lost matches. But then the flip side, when they were active and they were moving around and they were feeling themselves and playing for frags and taking space, they were popping off. So it's I think it's a heavy hand for both of these teams, but Arctic might be in just a drop better position if they stay active and players like Luda Baby and Lalo can run around and frag like they've been doing.
Yeah, I think we only saw Bull once on day one. It was all Bay 5 and Fort then as well, at least on screen. But yeah, I mean, Luda, Tio, Lolo, a lot of these players, Kazbu, they can definitely frag out. It's about what team shows up on the day. And I think, you know, you're going to have some of those inconsistencies when you are a newer team, not necessarily playing together, but now you've stepped up into the big leagues here of HPL. And so there's a lot of top tier teams. It's the best of the best. The fact that they're already competing as well as they are is really fun to see. But now I'm ready to see them take it to that next step here. And so, you know, Ancestral, I think, will be a good stepping stone. If they can find a 2-0 here, that will be a good stepping stone back into, you know, looking to topple some of these top teams like Mercenary or getting revenge against Spartans or playing Pandaric or Oil Rig.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, it's a great foundation, great footwork so far to see when, like you said, you qualified to here, you're among the best of the best. This is not pubs, you know, you're fighting teams that have been around, some of them since Arena's inception. They practiced, they played well. I mean, again, when you think about Rapid Walker and Blitzer Girl, those three have been playing together, I believe, like literally since Arena was released. So when you're able to at least hold your own in some sense against players like that have so much experience, so much time, and on top of that, so much comp practice together, it's definitely a great sign. And Arctic, you know, I think, again, they have a lot of potential, Hop, because, you know, my word of the days from yesterday were passive and active, and I think that's going to continue through the weekend. My words of the weekend, because if Arctic is active here, I really think they could take a lot of space. Ancestral's good players, but I think Ancestral's on the back foot right now, and now is the time that you can take that momentum and kind of put the foot down, crush their neck a little bit, you know, really put the pressure on. But it's in Arctic's hands.
Playing with a few subs here today, though. We see Braun, Kagune in, so, you know, that is something that can affect the squad as well. That's going to be something I'll keep my eye out on early here as well, but into Bay 5 we go. As you mentioned, Arctic getting to start out on this defensive side. We can see Not a Clown just on the other side of the wall here, being patient, waiting for Selfish to step into the crosshair.
Yave, nice opening kill with the MP7. Interesting. We see 3 M4s, by the way, on this team. 1 P90, 1 MP7 for the Ancestral lineup. On the other side, going to be seeing MP7, P90, MCX, AK-12, and I'm not sure what Brand has. Yave, a nice kill on the Clown. That's 2 kills already, slow and steady.
Kagune able to answer back on to Geistrus. We see the rotation here from Svetas on this P90 as well, beginning to head toward Forklift. There's the pre-fire. Is he aware that someone's here, though? That's the big question. The cat and mouse once more, and it's Kazbu to put him down with the MP7. He finds a second as well. He pops back for the third. The 180 Selfish pressing forward. Ancestral, a great start to the round. But Kazbu going Kazboom, baby. He finds the fourth, and Arctic with a first round win.
God damn. That was some fun right there at a Kaz. And, you know, that's what I see with this team, huh? They have this potential where when one of their players is feeling confident and gets to play their game, I mean, that was disgusting from Kazbu. Kills 2, kills 3 with 1 mag. Only 30 rounders, by the way. So we're not talking like he's dumping ammo. I mean, super clean movements, super clean trades. Ends up picking the 4th frag, too, and you love to see it. On the Ancestral side, that's got to feel tough, man. Yave taking space, feeling good, getting those 2 picks, but not enough. And that's one thing I noticed with their defense, Hot. You know, when... Nice kill from Brand. When Arc play more like this and play a little bit more aggressive, you know, not throw their lives, but play a little bit more for space, they are very good. In that first round, I think we saw kind of like that passivity problem where one gets picked off, nothing happens. One gets picked off, nothing happens. And luckily, Kazbu went absolutely crazy. But, you know, that's something they really need to watch is
just taking trade after trade. But again, now they're winning, so the opposite's happening in Ancestral. So maybe I don't know what I'm talking about over here.
Great. I mean, sometimes you got to mix it up. The ebb and flow can be an important key to keeping your opponents guessing, as Geistrus does go down so far. A flawless round. Luda posted up top. The P90 will sing. Luda finds Vetus. Teammate gets up the other one there, and Arktic now putting 2 rounds on the board in a row. Kazbu 4-0 to start.
Nice little seagulls in the background. Crowing and Ark, a pretty convincing start so far. Only 2 kills on the other side here. Can they continue this pace? Gonna see this blast towards the A side. Brand picks up that opening kill. Luda takes up a second. Kagoon with a third. Luda with a fourth. What players? There are no players on A. Just defenders.
The domino effect, I think, in full effect there is if you blink, you might have missed the first 4 that come out. Selfish fighting for his life here at mid, but steps into the crosshair of Not a Cloud, and Arktic 3 strong rounds in a row.
Oh, man. That was a very strong round, and I think that's where whatever flavor of Arktic this is, Hot, that's what they need to maintain. When I think it's like a little bit forward positioning, a little bit more, again, not throwing your life, not being like hyper aggressive, but giving yourself the latitude to kind of take more fights, not necessarily reacting to people running on the site, but more responding and being in a position like that. Luda, nice kill, does get traded out, unfortunately. Puts a lot of damage down, though. I mean, look at everyone took some hits from that. That's actually crazy how much damage one player just did. Kagune picks up 1 on Alley, stops the push. 2 good players on this attacking side going to be moving up Alley. 1 in that A side, put inside, tucks themselves inside the corner of Rat. Gonna have to take a lot of space here. 2 players on Alley now for the defenders. Arktic looking to shut down this A site completely. 1 player gets shut down. Kagune, Not a Clown. The 2 players in Alley doing their best, and they're going to know more than likely Geistrus in that Rat position. Plays a little peekaboo, catches Kaz, but Bran is not going to happen. That's going to be 4-0 on the day for Arktic, and a pretty convincing 4-0. Pretty convincing.
Yeah. All of these rounds have been pretty decisive so far. I think that first round we saw Ancestral with a nice start, but it was Kazbu who immediately turned it on its head, and ever since then, everybody seems to be firing on all cylinders. You take a look at the kill count, 5 for Kagune, 4 for both Clown, Luda, and Kazbu. Braun just behind him, and through 4 rounds, looking very solid. Minimal mistakes, if any at all, and that's what you want to see from this this new rising star of a squad here as they look to battle back. And like we talked about, they need a 2-0 victory here today if they want to have that strong fighting chance.
Need the 2-0, and Ancestral, nice kill from Selfish. The great news for them, huh? Ooh, not great news. Selfish really lock it in. 2 clean kills. Luda Baby kills him, and just like that, an even score line. Bomb is down. Yave from downtown trades out Bran. Kagune is so far, as well as Luda. The bomb should get planted pretty much for free. Now, can Ancestral close this round out hot? They got plenty of time to set up a post plant. They have 3 members alive. I'm not sure what Kofinas is doing. Kofinas is getting a little cheeky inside of mid. I guess he's holding from Sandwich looking mid to make sure they can't rotate up that green side. And really tough retake right here. But they're peaking. I mean, Ancestral's giving a lot of opportunities to fight them, Hot, so it makes me a little concerned that they might die. Oh, but Kofinas wins that 1v1. Luda going to be there to trade him out. Disgusting point fire. But only 15 seconds.
Yeah, that's where it becomes a lot of trouble. To find 2 kills and get that defuse 115 is maybe not impossible, but pretty improbable that we see it. And this is nice. Ancestral starting to battle back here. They get a round on the board. They get a little confidence, a little momentum in their corner, and we'll see if they can begin to build off of that. Unfortunately, it did look like Kazbu had disconnected in that round, so need just a moment to get him loaded back in here. It's a great start for Arktic, but Ancestral starting to show some signs of life.
Yeah, good round. I mean, Selfish gets a few picks. They get on the site. It kind of evens out for a second, but they kill the player that's on site. They get the bomb down in a great position to win that round. And Ludababy did his best, does manage to trade out Kagune, who dies in mid, but just not going to be enough. And a good start so far, Hot. But what makes me a little concerned is Ancestral of just kind of like, they got 2 kills that first round, and then there was like a big lull. They just kind of ran in and died a few times, and now they are showing signs of life. But again, Ancestral really seem to be struggling to find their footing, I would say. You know, and again, this is their map pick, Hot. So down 4-1, you chose to start attack, which is fine, but you're going to need to really squeeze some rounds in here to make yourself have any kind of breathing room. You're going to feel good if maybe you get like 3 rounds going into that defending side, but again, I'm a little worried for Ancestral because Selfish made plays. They did get the plant down, but it was still pretty close. It was closer than you'd expect with 3 members alive, having total control of the site. You got control of mid, parkour, hell, B site, dock. I mean, you have that whole side of the map, so to almost kind of lose your footing is a little concerning.
Yeah, I mean, you know, in the open qualifiers, we saw Ancestral beat Arc 9-7 on Fort. So, you know, if they could find a way to have some success on Bay 5, then maybe they could get that repeat on Fort. But it's been a tough start for them. We're seeing them start, like I said, they get a round on the board. There is a little bit of a timeout here, but I want to see them put multiple rounds on the board. I'm not quite convinced yet, but I like the fact that we did see some aggression early toward A site. It didn't quite work out for them, so they're okay making adjustments, which is great to see. This one has paid off. Can they continue that? That's what I'm looking for.
Right. Yeah. Can you continue down this path? Are you going to be able to pick up a few more rounds? And again, I think Ancestral have the capability, Hot. It's just they all got to lock in and play together. And I notice a lot of isolated fights, too. If we look at the rounds that have happened so far, Arctic got a lot of like 1v1s that they were just winning. No real trades, no real team play. And I think that's kind of the mindset you need to extract and get rid of and then refocus on playing together as a team. I mean, we even saw it in the Pandaric series last time where when Pandaric were playing more solo in that second Fort map, they were not nearly as strong as when they finally became together, started playing crossfires, had more team cohesion. So maybe Ancestral just need to do what they did last round, but stay a little bit tighter, you know, a little bit less kind of playing it pub style with trying to win your ones, because I think Arctic excel at that. You know, I don't think that's a winning strategy against Arctic because Arctic kind of thrived on that mini 1v1, 1v2 chaos. We saw with Kazo, we saw with Ludababy, Kagune. I mean, all these players have done well. Even Clown yesterday and the other lad whose name escapes me, they've all had their moments. So I think the team play is where Ancestral is going to win. If they just take the fights, I think Arctic is winning that game. You know, the dancing, shooting, kind of pub style game, Arctic won the first 4 rounds like that. So that to me is not the solution.
I mean, I think it's a little tougher when you're on that attacking side to take those ones because you have to step into their crosshair, often that defensive side kind of holding those angles. So you really want to work with that buddy system, swing together that way. Hopefully you do win that engagement, but if you don't, you find the trade at a bare minimum. You can't afford to, you know, be losing 1 for 2s and Arctic consistently coming out on top. So I like the adjustments that we saw. You know, it took us 5 rounds to get there, but that's okay as long as they can put multiple rounds in a row. If they can get, you know, round 5, 6, 7, even if it's a, you know, a 5-3 half, that's something that they can still feasibly win from that next side. But very rarely do we see teams come back from that 6-2, that 7-1. So I think, you know, they really do have to win quite a few rounds now in a row.
Yeah, and we saw yesterday, I can't remember which match it was, but one team really struggled on attack, and it was their map pick. But when they switched to defense, they did. It might have actually been Arctic, where they were showing good signs of life. They were playing well in defense, but too little, too late, as you point out. So I agree. If Ancestral could pick up 3 rounds, I would say it's not ideal by any means, but it's playable. You know, especially with how Bay 5 defending has been going. It seems to be that our defenders, you know, we saw Pandaric do well. We saw teams yesterday doing well. It seems to be kind of in a defensive meta for whatever reason. So still plenty of games, still plenty of opportunity. And, you know, as we switch back into game, folks, again, we want to see Ancestral really playing as a team. They have the potential. They've been here before. They've been in the big leagues. They've beaten the big dogs. They have plenty of gas left in the tank, but they got to turn that engine on and start, brum, 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 brum. You know, they got to start revving that thing and ripping down the highway.
Yeah, and you got to think back. I mean, they just had a series where they lost 9-1 and then 9-4. So it's something that could affect the mental. It seems like they are getting back on track, though. This time, Selfish with a nasty nade to kick things off. I haven't seen any of my crazy jump shots from Svetis that I'm used to seeing here as well. But Luda still posted up on toward the A site, looking for a jump shot of his own. Bran has been taken out early, though. And this does seem to be causing Luda back off and potentially head toward the B site.
Yeah, and you see a complete disengage by the defensive lineup onto A. Nyabe is going to be calling that they're A. I mean, bomb is really far. If they could somehow kill the planner. Kagune, though, they're picking up all these kills, and the player on A actually manages to kill him. Yabe thinks he was safe. There's one player pushing up hell. Oh, Clown was not known until this time. Gonna know he's there. 3 members in that green, rotating maybe towards A, 2 going up sandwich, 1 going back towards under. Attacker slanted and... Ooh, Kagune. Beautiful shots.
Threading the needle there. Geistress does pick up a kill on the Luda, baby. We'll try to get this device planted down here as well. That's going to be Svetis. Kagune from back alley begins the shift forward. The device has been planted, though. We'll see a bit of shift here from Arktic. Kagune most likely waiting for those teammates to get into position before they try to pressure together.
Great kills out of Kazbu. And this team, I mean, again, I think they really excel in this kind. Oh. Peekaboo. They're just really good at this kind of like small chaotic fights. I mean, they're really good at it. You know, if they could take that kind of chaos and turn it into controlled chaos, this could be a very scary team soon.
Yeah, I mean, they're working very well together. They've shown that they have a deep roster, and even with playing with 2 subs, you know, it seems like they really haven't skipped a beat. So it's nice to see that all 7 teammates here are very, very comfortable with each other. You know, I think that's important when building good team synergy. And so Arktic, great start here against Ancestral. We saw Ancestral begin to battle back before that small break there, but it seems like the trouble is now continuing for a bit longer.
Ooh, Brand, nice shot from downtown onto Selfish, and this kind of seems to history's repeating itself here, Hot. I feel like this is kind of how all the rounds have started. A little bit slow, maybe some smokes, and then they're just playing peak battles. And Ark have won the peak battles 5 times, so really hoping Ancestral focuses more on the utility and strategy, and because this kind of, again, it reminds me of pubs, Hot. You know, you're walking around, you're maybe clearing 1 angle, 2 angle, can't really rely on your teammates. You know, you're just taking fights, you're feeling good, you're having fun, but... And look, I'm all about players having fun, but you gotta be focused on the mission here, Hot. And right now, the mission, I think, is being, yeah.
More troubles. Team kills come out. Svetis, though, will try to make up for it here as he finds a nice pick on to Kagune. Back to a 3v3. Health favoring Arktic here, but it is Ancestral that has control of the site momentarily. They look to get the device planted. We see 2 shifting up toward back alley here as well. J4, not a ton of health, though, as he gets up on top of the box with the MP7. Spots 1, but it's not a clown to put him down.
Not a clown to put him down, and that's going to make a second frown. Svetis goes. Does he see black? Does he see brown? Who knows? Kafinas in the 1v3. Oof, and not a clown is not clowning around. I mean, great pre-fires, great kills, and a great retake coming out of Ark. That felt like an Ancestral round. Svetis, despite the TK, picks up a second kill, and yeah, I mean, not a clown going ballistic in that round. 3 kills, very clean, very smooth, and this team's looking good. You know, I feel for Ancestral. I really do, Hot. It's been a tough set of series. you know, it's tough to beat down in the league as hard as they are. But hey, baby, when you're fighting the best, sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. And new dog, you know, old guard, new guard, doesn't really matter. On any given Sunday, and today being Sunday, we see that anything really can happen. Svedas with the nade from downtown.
Love to see it. Good opening pick here, but now they got to capitalize on the opportunity. Player advantage in their favor here. Svedas begins to shift forward. Nobody's home on the other side, and I don't think they realize there's only one on this site in back alley. Smokes will come in. Svedas will try to play close here just so we can see anything on that crossover, and now we do see that plant going down. A real opportunity for Ancestral to get another round as Svedas will find Brand.
Svedas finds Bran and 5 members alive. Post plant gonna be really tough. Getting flanked from that CT spawn area onto Alley. 2 members on Alley. Selfish takes out one. Geishas takes out the other. There's the last player remaining. They're gonna know 5 members alive. Surely they win this. And a flawless victory to close out the half. Second round, not the best start so far here, Hawk, but 2's better than 1. Matter of fact, it's twice as much as 1. So it's something. I'm not a mathematician and nothing, but you went up in numbers.
Massing good, pretty good right now. But yeah, you know, I'm a little bit worried because again, I felt like that magic number was 3. It's not that it can't be done from Ancestral. It's just the fact that so many times in the history of both the HPL and the Pinnacle, we've very rarely seen a team overcome something like a 6-2 or a 7-1. And so I think Ancestral, I mean, they have a good opportunity to really write their own story here, to write that Cinderella story back in it, but they need to come out swinging here on the defensive side.
Yeah, need to come out swinging, and right now Arktic are the ones swinging. So can we see some reverse swinging from the swingers? Nothing like the beautiful sound of SS-190 over the docks. Shots ringing out back and forth here, Hop, but not too much sauce in. Never mind, Clown says, shut up, Blue, you clown. Takes out Svedas. Brand picks up Geistris. This BS ammo just shredding through opponents. Luda taking over docks, and there is this one player, Yabe, is on B here, so he might be able to spoil something, Hop.
Finds one. Casboo will be shut down. Clown on to J4. Back and forth. Plaid stripes in the kill feed yet again, but it does favor that blue side. And Kofinas all alone here now will begin to shift back toward the site. Luda waiting patiently for this rotation. Great positioning. Easy headshot. Arktic 1 away now from match point.
Whew. It's tough. Arc to just pick up opening frags, good trades, good team play. Trying to find an avenue here, Hot, for the Ancestral lineup. But right now, Arktic is, you know, it's kind of reminding me of our last series. Just on the day, these guys are just playing better, winning frags, getting picks. Surely Luda dies to this forklift player. Yep. Yabe with the sneaky cheeky takes out Luda. Brand, though, evens up the scoreline. Shots ringing out, and not a Clown being so damn consistent with this BS ammo. I believe he's rocking the AK-12.
Consistency has been king for Arktic here today. I mean, across the board, every single one of these players, solid gameplay, situational awareness, crosshair placement. I mean, the fact that they consistently win their ones and find themselves in these 4v1 situations, I think has allowed them to close this out so decisively. Bran, talk about the cheeky peeky. My man with a monstrous shot there. Now 8-2, 6 chances to close it out here on Bay 5. And, well, Arktic looking very, very good. It could make Fort scary.
Could make Fort scary indeed. And if I'm not mistaken, this is Ancestral's map pick, so maybe we'll see something similar to what we saw with Pandaric earlier today, but It's hard to say. Hard to say. I mean, nice opening kill from Kofinas. Gets a little aggressive, goes back out of sight. Two players going to be pushing up that alley. One towards A main. Ew! Show PC! Oh, if he got that, I was going to scream. Kofinas feeling himself, though. Picks up 3 kills. Yeah, that was dirty. Clean up on Isle Alley. Clean up on Isle Alley.
This is great for Ancestral, and if they could close this out with a flawless round, it would be nice to see. But just winning the round, I think, is the important part. They don't have a single round to give at this point, and so even if they go down and lose here, you'd love to see them make it close, get to that 8-6 point or somewhere in that region. But they're comfortable being patient. They've got the numbers to work with. They know that they've kind of got Arktic trapped around this mid area, and so it's going to be up to Arktic to really make something happen here.
Still playing pretty confident. Oof, Geistrus, though, playing so good this round. Nice job from Geistrus and Kofinas. I believe 2 or 3 kills each. Very clean, very good. 2 kills from Geistrus, 3 for Kofinas. Just need to repeat that 5 more times. You know what's interesting too, Hot, is they can frag. Like, these guys are all capable of shooting just as well as the Arctic players. So, you know, normally I have a little bit more insight into what's going on, but I think this is a classic hot sauce any given Sunday situation. These guys are just cooking a little bit better, man, because our Ancestral can frag.
Yeah, I mean, they're incredibly talented players. We've seen them pop off many times before, but you know, we all have troubles sometimes. Right now, it's Ancestral trying to deal with it here throughout the day, and they've played quite a bit of rounds already. Dexterity can be a big part of this as well. I mean, there's a lot that goes into these competitive matches here for all of these teams, and right now we're seeing Ancestral maybe have to deal with it, but it's interesting to see. Well, I'll get back to that in a minute. Kofinas finding Kagune into a 4v4. Luda, though, tucks back, finds the trade here, and now they're looking to duke it out around mid.
Not a clown, being so consistent with these kills. Kills one. Kaz there. Can he get the trade? Really sweet looking MP7, by the way. Very cool. Oh, man. Selfish and Svedos. Big kills. Bran. Can he grab the bomb before he dies? Let's see if he reads the A play. He does. He does. Unfortunately, it's the wrong read, my brother. Selfish. Gonna have to be selfish with how he plays this. His team's life on the line. Holy cow, he never skips leg day. That was a jump. A deer, for freak's sake. Oh, my God. So we're playing Tarkov. Gosh, remember in the old days when you would, like, quadruple stim with the old strength and just, like, launch 30 miles? Selfish. Oh. Fighting for his team's life. Running for his life. Brand doesn't kill him. Brand's not going to have the ammo, and he's going to clutch it out. Selfish. Mega clutch. One more lifeline. And this cat may have lost 8 of his lives, but 1 is still remaining, baby. Still match point, but a big clutch coming out of Ancestral.
I love to see this from Ancestral as well. You know, not going down without a fight. Selfish. I mean, the bullets blazing the Achilles heel there as he barely escapes, ricocheting all around him. And that's a big play for Selfish. They put a couple rounds in a row now. They start to build a little momentum in their favor. Can it be that spark to ignite the spectral fire, though? Can they do it for 4 more rounds?
4 more. They have to summon the ancestral power. The power of the tree, the Deku tree. They have to summon it. Channel it. Do something with it. Maybe slam your opponent over the head with a tree. Who knows? That could work, but I digress. Plenty of patience. I think Ark's just trying to wait for some mistakes coming out of Ancestral, but Ancestral actually playing this very well here, Hot. Slow, steady, waiting for Arc, not over-aggressing. I like it. I like it.
If it pays off for him, that's the important part. We hear a lot of shots exchange, but J4 tucked into a cheeky spot, finds one. The device there as well. And the P90, so many rounds in the mag, finds two. Braun able to trade one back towards Vetus on the other side of things here, though, to look to even it out just a bit. Braun will find a second, and Arktic battling back.
Yave still has that bomb. He's only got one compadre left, but he's in a great spot. I mean, trying to take over this ramp into heaven here, Hot, is so brutal. Geistrus doing a great job of putting pressure. Oh, man, and Yave, the hero of the round. 3 kills. Gonna hear the last player rolling up. Doesn't have to overpeak. Yave gonna play this smart, backs up. Probably calling for his teammate to rotate in. There's no reason for Yave to get too active here. Wait for your buddy. Play the buddy system. Guarantee the win. Unfortunately, the bomb, I think, is gonna get planted here, Hawk, but I like this. I like that Yave is not just giving up his life. They should be able to trap him on site, but he gives up his life. The buddy system fails to work. This could be the tournament, and not quite yet. Geistrus have something to say about this, and again, Hot, they edge out another round. One edge at a time.
Honestly, I mean, I felt like J4 potentially could have ran in there a little earlier and just tried to deny the plant, because even if he gives up his life, there's not enough time to get that plant down. That got a little bit too dicey for my liking, but Geistrus, who has been on fire in these last few rounds, comes in clutch here again and finds a big round for Ancestral. All of a sudden, after being down by quite a few rounds, they start to get within striking distance here now, but as we said before, it is that backs against the wall. They can't afford to give up a single round here. They have to continue to play near flawless.
Yeah, and I agree. Spot on comment, by the way. I mean, I agree. Yave either needed to go quicker or slow down and double peak, but not trade, you know, with no one there. But Bran and Luda, baby, had enough. Pick 2 kills. They know Svedas is there. Oh my gosh. He doesn't know he's there. And Svedas, oh man, that could have been the hero play, but Bran trades him out. 4 members remain selfish on this outside of B doors. Not sure if they know quite where he is. You do have this player sitting here. I like the fact that they're waiting to plant before they actually have the positional advantage. Selfish gonna have to put in work with this HK, but Bran don't give a damn, because he's eating you up for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. 9-5 coming out of Arktic on not their map pick here, Hot.
Yeah, I won't get too far ahead, though, because, I mean, if we look at the quals, it was Ancestral that beat Arktic 9-7 on Fort. So the fact that Arktic chose to go to Fort is kind of interesting. You know, it lets me know they are feeling confident. They want some revenge there. But yeah, as far as Bay 5 goes, a great performance here from Arktic. They close this one out 9-5. That's amazing. Big shout out to Auroras and AMD for the Radeon RX 9070 XT that we will be giving away on Finals Sunday. You can learn more about that on the socials. All the more reason to be following that Twitter as well. But you can get there by putting !Auroras in chat. It'll pop up the link. There's multiple entries and refreshed entries every day. So really no excuse. It's a beautiful graphics card, and like I said, there's no excuse for you to not enter. It is free.
Free, and tickets a day, 11, I believe, every day. Like Hot Sauce says, they refresh. You know, you got your server grade cooling. You got crazy good heatsink, overclocking, superpowers, 16 gigs, DDR6. That's 6 with a 6. What more could you want from it? Just combine it with, you know, a nice AMD processor, and you have yourself a workstation, game station, stream station, space station. Any kind of station you want.
That's right. It's anything's possible with the Aurorus and AMD partnership. We give a big shout out to them as well. Of course, Hunt Premier and Battle State Games for continuously putting on all of these wonderful tournaments. HPL number 5 here for the EU region, and just coming hot off that pinnacle as well. We've always got something. There's some action in December, so that's why we said make sure you hit that follow button down below here as well. Ring that bell, become part of the notification gang so you don't miss out. The rest of the year is going to be packed full of actions. We got monitors and laptops that will be given away here in the future as well. And so all for just kicking it with us and having a great time. But Arktic, Ancestral about to go head-to-head here on Fort. In qualifiers, Ancestral got the better end of the deal here, 9-7. It was a close one, so I'm really excited to see this next one on Fort.
Yeah, it's definitely has a lot of potential to be just like our first series where that Fort map was a bloodbath. And, man, Kaz, this first round, so clean. That's where the MP7 is just so disgusting. Those back-to-back-to-back quick kills. Dang, we get the whole thing. He tries to run by, disrespect him. He kills him through the door. What a highlight there, on. And we're going to see a lot of Arc. And then in the second half, after our restart, we're going to be seeing some Ancestral, but not quite enough to close it out. Brand being so damn good with that AK-12, and the rest of the team, they're just playing well today.
Great start from Arktic on this one here. I mean, Kagune, not a clown. Luda was holding down this A site as well. We saw some moments of greatness from Ancestral, but I felt like it just came on a little bit too late. We talked about it. That 6-2 half, so hard to overcome. And when we saw him get 3 quick rounds in that second half, but too little, too late. J4 having a great game on that MP7. I mean, we saw him with some really big plays in that second half.
Yeah, really big plays from a few of these players, but not quite enough big plays. I mean, across the board, you know, Arc was just popping. Kofinas really good in this round. And then we get to this critical, you know, quasi-ledge here. And they managed to avoid walking the plank for a few rounds here, but eventually it does catch up with them. I mean, no mistakes allowed for 6 rounds. Just so tough. Yabe went crazy in this round. This was the one you were talking about. It was a little too close. You know, they were a little separated right here. Yabe almost in a horrible position, but Arc and the boys managed to close it out. Pick up 9-5 win, and pretty clean. I mean, Ancestral, again, they started showing lots of signs of life, and hopefully as we transition to Fort, starting out on that defensive side for them, maybe they're going to feel better, maybe in a better position to really control the map, control the flow. And yeah, you know, I think we saw some great stuff in our first series on Fort, so hopefully we see a repeat of that between Arc and Ancestral.
Yeah, I think if you're Ancestral, say, hey, we've played them on Fort before. We've beat them 9-7 on Fort before. So let's just get back to doing what we're doing. And I like the fact that we saw them get strong in that second half and that they didn't stay kind of underwhelmed, because you know, I think they can use some of those rounds to be momentum here to start off on Fort. Hey guys, yeah, we had a tough start on Bay 5, but those last 3 or 4 rounds went really great for us before they closed that out. So let's continue with that momentum, that confidence here on the Fort. We know we can beat them. We've beat them before on Fort, and let's try to go out with a draw here in this series. So because we talked about it, I think on the start of the day, even Ancestral hadn't had a single win. It had been 4 losses. They suffered another one from Mercenary. So just to get a draw on the board, I think could be huge for them.
Yeah. I mean, look, anything that is up from 0-5 right now. So we would love a draw, just some signs of life. And, you know, again, at this point, I think it's less about standings, more just the internal team morale. Like you said, you're coming to the end of the league. Hey, guys, let's just get a win. Let's close it out with something good. It doesn't matter what's happened already. Let's just try to focus our energy moving forward, you know, because any of us, whether it's Tarkov or life, if you get caught up in the past, I mean, even what happened last match in these games, you gotta reset, you gotta move forward, and you can't change what's happened, Haunt. All you could do is kind of prepare and pivot moving forward. And again, we saw signs of life, we saw energy, we saw when Geisters and Kafina start locking in, Yave with that P90, they all have the potential. The question for me is, what's going to drive you to unlock that potential? They all have potential, but how do you unlock it, Hot?
I think and that kind of goes back to the captain as well. You have to kind of step in and have that talk with your team. And so we know that they have that potential. I think them beating them on Fort before would be, a good start for them. But, it's about getting into your teammates' heads too, if they are having that tough time, because we talked about it. They lost earlier 9-1, 9-4 to Mercenary. So,
right.
We always talk about the physical aspects, the flicks, the crosshair placement, but mental fortitude is equally an important aspect. And sometimes it happens to all of us. We can get down on ourselves if we are having a bad game. And that's why it's great to have a solid team with good synergy and a good captain to lead the way. Hey guys, deep breath, let's reset. It can't get any worse than it's already been. Let's go out, have some fun, and grab a win here.
Grab some wins. And Ark come out. Kofinas. Big kill. Selfish from downtown. Kaz does manage to trade out Kofinas, but Selfish picks up another. Feeling selfish. Peeks again. Feeling selfish. And he's feeling himself-ish. Great 3 kills coming out. Kagune in a pretty rough position. Brutal, battered, beaten up, and Gaia's just going to close it out. And a very, very good opening round from Ancestral.
Yeah, come out swinging. Selfish with 3. Geistris, Kofinas will find 1 apiece as well. And again, this is why I'm surprised that Arktic went back to Fort. This is a map they lost to him on qualifiers, but I respect it. They say, hey, we're putting in that hard work. We want to show that we have what it takes to beat them on a map that they beat us on before. So I like that confidence. They're coming hot off the dub here as well, but it is Ancestral that takes round 1. We always talk about it, putting multiple rounds on the board in a row, not settling for one. And if we see Ancestral do that here early, I think they make a strong case. As Spartans from downtown will find 1. Selfish picks up right where he left off in round 1. Finds 1, can't quite get the second.
Shots ringing out. Brand, nice kill with that MP7. 2 members remaining on Ancestral. Good answer so far from Ark. Bomb should be able to get picked up. Both players, one's in short, one's coming from that spawn side, moving up to quad box. Brand takes out quad box. Geistris. Kofinas, though, there to trade him out. The bomb, though, good rotation. I think based on the timing here, Hot, Kofinas can actually just barely crest onto the site as these gentlemen get on the site as well. Actually, he's taking the more aggressive route going up this main. He's going to contest directly. Ooh. Risky pre-fire. And Luda, baby, says, not today, baby.
Great positioning from Luda there as well. You get that plant down. The pre-fire was close. Maybe could have tried to shoot through there as well, but again, Luda, just great positioning. They've got the buddy system. Once again, Arktic finds themselves in favorable numbers, which was a consistent thing for them in Bay 5 as well. So making sure that Ancestral isn't able to put multiple rounds on the board. They get one of their own here, and, well, we find ourselves tied up early.
Tied up early, but a good tie. Ancestral on this defensive side. I like the frags. I like the kills. Just got to keep consistent. And again, when these players are loose and fast, I mean, Selfish, again, this whole team, genuinely, like, everybody on this team can cook. Yabe gets 1 kill, traded out by Brand. But, everyone on this Ancestral lineup, they really could pop off here, Hot. So I think just, feeling yourself a little bit, maybe getting another round or two, they'll start to build that confidence, take better fights. Because we saw what happened in that first round when Selfish just played his game and played selfish. I mean, this kind of jiggle aggression, I feel like it's the same playstyle that Ark has, but Ancestral can do better at times. So it's like it's a catch-22. Do you press your advantage? Do you test the waters? Do you play passive? It's a tough ask, but I think Ancestral can contest Ark at this point with how they're starting to all play.
Find ourselves in a 4v4. Kazbu beginning to shift forward. That beautiful skin we talked about earlier. I know I caught that one for myself as well. Kagune, though, tucked toward Mini. Kazbu finds 1. Luda answering as well. He says, getting kills, not without me. You're not selfish. Svetis in some trouble. Brand finds 1, and Svetis in a 1v4 looks to fight back as he drops down Luda.
40 seconds remain. Drops Luda, still in that 1v3. And yeah, the P90 is really good for this kind of quick, flicky. But this is so hard. I mean, this post defense is just so good. And Kaguni playing his life so well. This is rough, man. This is rough. They are just there playing cat and mouse and meow. Ow.
I mean, you really can't ask for a better gameplay because they have 3 standing. They've been confident. Someone could easily peek and try to get that kill, but they do what you really realistically probably should do, and that is be patient. They've got numbers. The plant is already down, and they have time on their side. I mean, a great job there of Kagune to keep continuously running around. Svetis just dumping shots without finding a hit, and it makes it tough. I mean, 1v3, we don't see too many of those reverse clutches like that, so it is Arktic, the first to put 2 in a row on the board. Ancestral will need to battle back here in round 4 as they look up to eat up, early space here at mid.
Kofina's looking to get a little active in this main. I think Clown and Luda might both be holding him, though. I'm not sure. Brand. Oh!
Hey,
Highlight reel.
nasty.
Friends, if you're not a Tarkov grinder or really haven't played too much, but you enjoy watching this, to hit that, oof, nice, Nate. To hit that point fire shot, friends, takes thousands of hours in Tarkov. That is not an easy shot, let alone a jiggle. And Clown, not making a clown out of himself, takes out Yave. And again, Ark pick up a man advantage in the last 2 rounds. Now to be a 3rd round in a row. Can they continue to put the pressure on? Geistris is here. They might try to smoke him out here, Hot. And I think the bomb's in a pretty good position to get down, but...
Oh, the shots just don't quite connect the way they need them to. Svetis will take a bit of damage, and Arktic now pressuring onto the site, has control. We see Luda with a little bit of a pixel peek, almost finds Selfish. Will on the second one, though, and Geistris tries to shift forward. Svetis will pick up on Donata Clown. Geistris to Kagune, and now Ancestral trying, but Luda shuts him down yet again. Svetis in a 2v1 with no health. Swings into the firing squad of Kazbu, and Arktic will find another successful round. Meanwhile, off stream in our second matchup off stream, Oil Rig has closed out their first matchup 9-5 against only 4 frags.
3-1. Pretty clean, pretty consistent. These rounds have definitely been close here, but not close enough. And Ark are just leading every round here, Hot. I mean, they're getting an opening pick, 1 or 2, pretty much every, I think the last 3 rounds in a row, they've been up a man or 2. Yave trying to get aggressive, gets taken out by Brand. Ooh. That's where the MP7 is so nasty, Hot. I mean, it's just so good for those quick, clean snapperino kills. Clown takes out Selfish, and Ark is starting to run away with this one, and I think they know that all the members on the defense are on B. The great read. Even with 3 members up, they're still playing to win. I love this out of them, Haunt. Love it.
Rotation a little bit quicker here on the defensive side, though. We see Svetis trying to get set up, but Brand from downtown with the MP7. Luda in quick succession on the other side of things finds the final kill. Ark now up by 3 as they go to 4-1. And Brand, who has been the sub here today, was the MVP of the last game at 13-4, currently sitting at 9-3, and maybe just prying for a spot in that starting lineup.
Oh. Some nades, some smokes, bada bing, bada boom. Brand looking to brand his name, as you said, onto this team, onto this scene. He's lean, he's mean. He'll bop you on the bean.
Hot fire.
Hot
My man,
fire.
Blue Spitz.
Who are the best 5 rappers of all time? Dylon, 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 and Dylon.
He knows. He knows. He knows this stuff. Speaking of knowing their stuff, Arktic has had the number here today, but it's J4, an opening pick on the brand who's been that juggernaut, that raid boss here for Ark. So an early pick that goes Ancestral's way. They've got to make sure they capitalize on these rounds. They need to put some on the board here. Dang. Geistris, 2 quick headshots here as well. J4 the peak, but it's selfish to find the headshot on the Not a Clown. And now all down to Luda, baby, in a 1v4. Ancestral fighting back here in round number 6. Cool, selfish. Finding the shot here as well. Luda the last to go down. Ancestral, almost a flawless round for them as they only lose Kafinas in that one. They cut the lead in half here, 4-2, and they'll give themselves a chance at finding that tied half.
Yeah, great round. Got to be feeling a little bit of relief of pressure, but got to be consistent. I think they really need to pick up at least a round, if not both, to really have a chance in the second half. We do see a lot of favoritism on this forward attacking side, but still, with how well Ark is playing, and just you want to give yourself some leeway for sure. Ooh, great kill from Geistris. Geistris takes out 2 massive 2 kills right now. Yave with the 3rd, and that's going to be Ancestral up 5-2 in this round. 5-1. Kofinas takes out 1. Clown takes out Selfish, but Yave from downtown. I couldn't even stop talking there. Just one bada bing, bada boom, bada boom, and Ancestral heard the words from the bench, and they said one more for Blue and Sauce and the crew.
And you take a look at the kills here as well. I mean, everybody's spread out even across Ancestral. They seem to be playing well, very well together in these last couple rounds, and we want to see him carry that forward. Braun has 9, Luda at 7, not far behind, but a little bit more spread out on that Ark side, which, I mean, can be a little typical on this attacking side, but it does appear that the pressure this time will be heading toward the B site. J4. Now Luda back and forth. It's Kazmu this time to pick up a kill, though, as he applies some assistance here to Luda. Now on a 3v3, back to even Steven. But you take a look on the mini-map here, and that is Vetus, who's pushed out very far. Catches Luda on the rotation, and that's going to force Ark to slow down a little bit here toward the B site. Great spacing here from Ancestral, and now they have that luxury because they have numbers of just remaining patient and forcing Ark to have to do something here.
Thought he was about to blast his teammate for a second. This is a massive round for Ancestral. Thank you, Captain Obvious Blue, but no, Ooh, and Fada sticks to his gun. Clown does trade him out, but damage is done. Clown can hit this rotation. He might just have timing. They're a little bit slow, but number 9, Mr. Kofinas, is quick to rotate with him. He's going to have the same pacing. He's not going to be able to plant for free. He's going to basically have to stick this plant. Ooh, and not a clown. Not clowning around here, Hot. Oh, and they throw the round. Why are you guys fighting him, Hot? Both of them taking peak, not playing the timing, 15 seconds left, and they both take the 50-50 1v1 and lose. That is such a rough round to lose there, Hot. Oh, no, I'm melting.
Not a Cloud just gave him a free ticket to Pound Town, man. He drops both of them. It's a free 6 feet dirt nap, and Now they're sitting back in spawn going, what went wrong? How did we mess that up? And that's a tough one, especially when you're starting to get some footing here in this match. We saw a couple rounds in a row. They get within one from tying it up, and then it seems like all of that momentum just taken away in that round.
Yeah, that hurt me. That hurted. That hurted.
That's a tough one for sure.
Because it was in your hands, Hot. Those are the kind of rounds when you're playing in a league like HPL. You can't mess around with that. That is like, look, it's not fair to say guaranteed, but you both can play for the audio cue of the bomb. You don't have to fight him. You literally don't have to fight him, you know? But anyway, locking into the second half here. Let's see if it, ooh, Geistris takes a shot in the chest. Gonna manage to walk away, barely, but Kaz with the opening kill of this half. Not a Clown is getting clowned on by Kofinas from downtown. Gonna have all 4 members of this attacking side on A, 2 members on the defense here, 3 members, excuse me. 1 player going for that long flank through spawn. Ooh. Geistris says goodbye to Yabe. And then another member taken out from Ark. That's tough. And it's these little micro errors, Hot, that I think are making the big difference between these two teams. Little errors like that give Ark the opportunity to close out rounds that they probably shouldn't have, and see what they can make happen here with this wild rotation coming out of Kofinas and the crew.
Yeah, are they aware of exactly where everybody is? We see them trying to clear out a lot of these angles. They are going to be able to get this device planted, which I think is huge for them. As we see Luda in the background trying to clear off bedroom and such on his way up ramp. Spots one, shots ring out, and it is Luda to find Kofinas, who didn't have a ton of health. Svetis back to the waiting arms of Bran, and just like that, Ark will double the lead once more. 2 from match point, and 4 still standing after this round until Kagune has something to say about it.
Now that 3-round gap, the mythical 3-round gap here is starting to show its ugly head. And yeah, I mean, that round, I don't want to go back to last half, Hot, but that round is haunting. That round is haunting me.
And maybe Ancestral a bit too. Well, Ancestral's not going to go down without fighting tooth and nail all the way to the very end, and for that I greatly respect him here. We see him with some pressure up B ramp here toward mid as well, trying to gain some control. They got to be careful with the flank coming in from Ark, but Luda's already found Geistris.
Man, oh man, found his Geistris, found his man, and Kofinas evens up the scoreline, but Kagune immediately answers with his own kill. Luda takes out Selfish. Shots ringing out back and forth, and lots of red, only blue a little bit. My namesake not showing up much. Little Sag, not a Clown, doesn't know about the guy mid. Oh, and he lives, and then he turns and kills him. No! Not like this.
Luda on fire. A little drive-by there. A little brat, you know what I'm saying? A little something on the way out for home. You can keep that for later, pal. Luda, baby, 12-5. Got a triple in that round. And my man is a monster here. Ark up by 4. 1 away from match point here. And looking for that sweet revenge on Ford. I'll remind everybody, if you're just joining us, this was a map that they lost to Ancestral in qualifiers 9-7.
That's a great point. Now they're already at that mark. Bran from downtown, great kill into Geistris, and this just keeps happening. These opening picks over and over and over again. Ancestral's just losing those 50-50s. And they are playing closer together as a team. I mean, everyone's on top of each other for the most part here, Hawk, but the trades just not flowing as freely as they'd like. Ooh, I think he knows Clown is there, but doesn't quite 100% certain. No, Ark, or Bran takes out Svetis, rather. Shots ringing out back and forth. Kaz takes out Yabe, and things are not looking good for the blue team. And bang, dead, boom, flawless round coming out of Ark. And
That's match point, series point, and a big ask to come back 5 rounds in a row here. Now, Ancestral did do well in this situation before, but 5 rounds, big ask.
My man said, that'll be all, folks, because Ark is looking to wrap it up. 8-3, a dominating round to get to match point, a flawless one at that. They don't drop a single member. Ark is firing at all cylinders here today. And, well, they just need one more. They give themselves 5 opportunities, and Luda is still on fire. He finds the double. Kafinas shutting down the monster of Brand, but is it going to be enough? Because Kazbu's got other plans.
Man, and he takes out one, and Not a Clown puts down another man, and that might be it. The line drawn in the sand. Ancestral was trying to get hot, but might have just been a flash in the pan. Okay, I'm done. Ark wins 9-3.
Somebody sign this man.
2-0 on the day. Very convincing. And a great showing from Ark. You know, Ark, I believe, in 7th place, Ancestral in 8th. And they're going to be feeling really good about this one. Getting those 3 points, good round differential between the two. And look at the kills across, as you mentioned. Such good kills coming out of Luda. I almost called you cracked. It almost came out. So many good kills saw it coming out of Luda and Bran. And what else can you say? You know, the Ark is here.
Yeah, Luda 16-5, 4 MVPs. Brand 12-8 in this one as a sub, and 13-4 your MVP of the first one. But Ark close it out in dominating fashion in 2-0 as they end this one 9-3. The Radeon RX 9070 XT from Aurorus and AMD, and it could be yours this Sunday. All you got to do is type !Aurorus in chat. Follow that link. Make sure you fill all the entries, and you can do it daily as well. There's no excuse. Get on the opportunity now and do yourself a favor and don't miss out. Return every single day and give yourself the best chance to win.
Every day. Listen, 11 free tickets a day could lead in Radeon your way. That's all I'm saying. And there's plenty. I mean, there's no reason to not participate. And just to be clear, folks, it's next Sunday. Not this Sunday, next Sunday. The prize line is hot, but not hot enough to spoil this. I don't know what I'm going to say. Sunday is the day next week. Make sure you're here. Get your tickets. Don't mess around.
You were one rhyme away from being signed by Drake there. And, you know.
I had to stop myself.
My man's been spitting hot fire all day, and I'm buckled in for it. I always enjoy my time here with my boy Blue. We've gotten 2 crazy matches done and dusted. We've got one more exciting one on the way as well. But I know Oil Rig and Only 4 Frags are battling it on off screen at the moment. It was a 9-5 victory for Oil Rig in that first map, and I still believe they're duking it out in the second map as well.
Yeah, and that's going to be big for Oil Rig. 9-5, pushing up. If they can get a 2-0 again, they will have the 1 draw, but they'll still be at 3 wins. So going to be feeling really good for the day. Now, you know, focusing in on the game that we had here, Hot, it's going to be a tough series for Ancestral. I believe they're going to be moving to 0-6 in the Swiss bracket stage. So pretty tough run so far. Pretty tough run. But you know what? Listen, Hot, we talk about this. It's a competition. Unfortunately, this isn't a friendly game. It's kind of a zero-sum at times. And, you know, these are the best of the best. Someone, unfortunately, has to lose, my man. You know, there's no way around it. Someone wins, but someone loses. And, unfortunately, Ancestral just having a really tough go this time around. Arktic showing some good signs of life, though, as one of our newer teams. And really looking good so far.
Yeah, you know, for Ancestral, it stinks. It is what it is, though. It's one of those things that happens sometimes, you know, and sometimes things just don't go your way. So hopefully they're not beating themselves up too much because every single
Right.
name on that roster is just littered with a plethora of talent. And so, hopefully they can come away just knowing that, we still respect them for putting up a hell of a fight in the series. And regardless of the score, they continued to fight each and every round. So I certainly tip my hat to them as well and wish them the best going forward. They've got an uphill battle. It is what it is. But sometimes, you can learn a lot about yourself throughout a weekend like this. You can go back, check out some VOD review, and just reflect on some of the mistakes and how you could have approached things differently. So the nice thing is there's a lot of room for growth, even when you are a very skilled player. And there's no doubt in my mind that they'll be able to bounce back.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point. The last thing you just said, skilled players, all these players are skilled. It's those little bit of disconnects with the team, maybe a little bit of pacing, all these little kind of micro errors, Hot, that I think combine into this giant amalgamation of issues, right? So having footage, being able to go back in time, watch yourself and watch your opponent, watch the rotations. You got the map. I mean, you have all the info in the world to really deduce what you need to fix. You got every tool in the world. So as we switch into the highlights here, Hot, yeah, I think there's plenty to learn for both teams. And this should be an absolute banger. Lots of good kills going off this game as we look at these highlights.
Svetis with an early nade. Selfish was popping off early, and it was a couple of these early rounds that I felt like they should have been able to close out that they weren't able to. But again, when Ark playing the way that Ark is playing, it's just, that's just the way that it went here today. J4 had a ton of great shots, but it was Ark always working with that numbers advantage for the majority of these rounds. Yes, I remember that one. That was so good.
And that just highlights how good the players on Ancestral are. But, look at the aiming from Bram with this MP. Ew! Bye.
We didn't see that in real time during the live stream, but good God, was that disgusting.
Yeah, that's... You think about Kofinas was in this position Yave's in and hits that shot. Then Brand from twice the distance hits the shot. And it just shows, like, individually, these players are cracked, Hot. They're all freaking cracked. But it's a team game, and, you don't realize until you're really pushed to the limits how much the team play starts to really matter. And you see Ark right here, two members holding each other's backs. And that's kind of the difference here. Ancestral tried to match the aggressive play of Ark. Ark tried to match the aggressive play of Ancestral, and Ark just did it a little bit better today. And they played together just a little bit better.
Yeah, and they did it with two subs as well. Their roster runs deep. Kagune and Brian stepping in, who Brian was the MVP of that first map. So no Lolo or TODS. Wishing TODS to get well. I saw in chat he was had a little fever, wasn't feeling well. So wishing him the best on his recovery. But Arktic showing that the roster runs deep. It doesn't matter if they play with subs, they're able to get it done. It was a phenomenal performance by them. And I do believe off screen right now, I saw an update somewhere in chat. It looked like they were up 7-1 at the moment.
7-1. Dang. And just to be clear, folks, that is, Mr. Hall, that's Oil Rig 7-1 over OFF, right?
Yes.
Yes, just to clarify. Now, speaking of clarifying, we need to gather some clairvoyance, me and Hot, and Crack to do some thinking in the background. Y'all need to go stretch your legs, grab some snackies, grab some drinks. We're going to queue over to a little break before our next and final series of this weekend. So, again, stretch your legs, grab some snacks, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. Day 3, HPL 5 EU, brought to you by Hunt Premier in Battlestate Games in partnership with Aurorus and AMD. 2 exciting series done. 1 more, well, 2 more to go. 1 on stream, 1 off stream. But as always, to bring the action, my name is Hot Sauce, my handsome friend to my digital right, Blue. How we feeling about the last one, baby?
Should be a banger. Had some good games today. Lots of action, lots of good frags. Some crazy point fire shots in that last game that we saw during the highlights. And hopefully we continue down this path, Mr. Hot, as we go into our last game of the day. The Spartans fighting off against the Mercenaries, I believe. Yep, it's going to be the Mercenaries going up against the Spartans over here. And should be a banger. You know, the Spartans have seen some different forms so far, Mr. Hot Sauce, but they've been looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, Kiyoshima, Luki, Zaki, Nemenos, Fox, this new juggernaut of a squad. It was a team that didn't lose a single round in qualifiers, but they've had a little bit of a tougher time here. They've gotten a win and a draw on the board. The Spartans have been a team that has upset a lot of teams here. On day 1, we saw Sheep, Stripey, Vessels, Chill Dizzle, Lorek. I think there was, Call Me Joe was subbing in for one of those players, but we saw the Spartans 9-4 oil rig after losing 9-1 on Fort. And the Spartans have been upsetting some teams, so it would be crazy if they could upset Mercenary, but it wouldn't be out of the books for me. I mean, we very well could see a 1-1 draw in this series.
Yeah, I mean, Mercenary, as you said, it's a gigantic stacked lineup. I mean, when you look at Mercs and all the players, it's a pretty scary lineup, an amalgamation of multiple really good teams. But as we're looking at the map picks and bans here, folks, Skybridge, see you later, get out of here. Mercenary, interesting, our first Bay 5 ban on screen of the day. Oh, shoot! And the Spartans picking Iceberg! And then Bull by Mercenary. This has kind of flipped all the picks that I've seen so far on their head. I've seen so many people avoiding Iceberg and Bull. Now we get both.
Yeah, it's kind of wild because Arktic did something similar against Mercenary. They picked Iceberg, but they stole Mercenary's map pick away from them and then ended up losing on Iceberg. It's funny that we see Spartans picking Iceberg here because, I mean, yeah, they might be strong in this map. I think it's even funnier that we see Mercenaries pick Bull because Bull is the map that the Spartans have been upsetting teams on. They 9-4 oil rig that we talk about. So honestly, I was surprised. I saw that where we were going ahead of time. I knew the maps were Iceberg and Bull, but I thought the picks were reversed. I thought it was Mercenary that picked Iceberg and Spartans that picked Bull. So this now all of a sudden gets a little bit more interesting for me.
That is interesting. Great point. I mean, it's Bull, and you know what's really wild too, Hot, is again, everyone seems to have been avoiding Bull. Like, I haven't seen any Bull on the desk so far in the games that I've had the pleasure of casting, and it seems like Iceberg, same thing, they ban it away, and yeah, I mean, I really like the Iceberg pick if your team is comfortable on the map. You know, if your team is comfortable on the map, I think it's a great pick, but see how things play out. I'm really hoping to see Mercenary come into full form because, again, as you mentioned, all the names you mentioned, pretty stacked up team. You know, I mean, when you think about like raw skill, you got Kiyoshima from Roblox, Zaki, Luki, Nemenos, and Fox, and that is a lineup right there. I mean, Zaki and Luki, crazy. Kiyo, crazy. Nemo, crazy. Fox, crazy. So on the flip side, though, Spartans all have been playing super well. So going into this match, you know, Hot, I'm trying to think of, I think I might give the Mercs a little bit of drop of an edge, but that's just past bias. I really don't have any substantive current information to base that off of. Because if we look at the standings, they're kind of right around the same place. Forgive me, folks. I got my board over here. You know, you got Mercenary 1 win, 1 draw as of last night. And then you had Spartans 1 win, 2 draws, 1 loss. But they're pretty close in round differential. I mean, it's not that much of a difference, but I think Mercs, because they have so much time to play here, I think they really want to push themselves up the ladder here, Hot. And to do that, I think a 2-0 over Spartans is going to be needed.
Yeah, and you flash back, right? The beginning of the day, the Spartans had 4 series already played, and they were just a point above Mercenary. Mercenary's
Right.
already 2-0'd once today, so they most likely
Oh,
have jumped the Spartans. The Spartans now really need a minimum of a draw here, I think. And so before the day would have gotten started or before the weekend, I would put Mercenary down for a 2-0 here. Again, this is a team that didn't drop a single round in qualifiers, but after seeing what Spartans have been bringing to the table, after seeing the upsets that they've already managed against the likes of teams like Oil Rig on a map like Bowl, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Spartans able to take at least one of these games away in an upset. I don't know where it might come, though, because I feel like Mercenary, when you mention those names, Kiyoshima, Zaki, Luki, Nemonas, and Fox, it doesn't matter what map you go to, maybe other than Iceberg, which happens to be their pick anyway, but you feel like these 5 players are going to be strong on any map. So it's going to be up to the Spartans to really show up and play near flawless.
yeah. I mean, I agree. I think the onus is really on the Spartans to show up, and that is a pretty amazing statistic. You said that they didn't drop a round, like not a match. You said drop a round during qualifiers.
Well, a map. Sorry, I
Okay,
maybe
okay.
misspoke
I was
there,
about
but-
to be like,
so they were 8-0 in qualifiers. They were the only team that didn't suffer a loss with 24 points on top.
wow, yeah, that's crazy. So, I mean, if we're looking at the qualifiers to HPL, yeah, they were dominant. So, it's interesting that they already have a draw. Was their draw with Oil Rig? I don't have it in my stats written down.
Mercenary drawed with Ark on the first day.
Really?
Yeah, and
Wow.
Ark picked Iceberg, I believe, which is where they lost. I'll have to go back and check the notes. I don't know if they lost each other's map pick or not, but yeah, Ark drawed with them on the first day. But already, Luke finding a 2K. Vessel, call me. Joe will answer back. And now Stripey. They come out swinging early here on Iceberg.
This is what we want, baby. Both teams hungry for blood. Ew! Stop with the point fire today. What the hell is going on, bro? Oh my, it looks so good in Tarkov when you hit that shot. 2v2 situation. Might have Bomb actually rotating around. Oh no, Bomb is down. Nemo does manage to finish off the kill.
I'm not going to lie. I'm a little confused on this one. The Spartans had control of the site. They had a couple early picks, but somebody had left that bomb down or that device down in mid, so they had to rotate back to just pick it up anyway, and they give up sight. That's a big cross there at mid. They get caught. I believe that was Call Me Joe on the cross there. Nemonas able to put him down. The nade over the top here, looking to maybe smoke that off, and Stripey has some work to do now.
And not in a good position. I mean, sure, he's got the smoke looming, but both players are going to be here. I think he's just got to kind of stick it and hope that he can fight one. But you see number 2, Nemo, getting close. Ew! I love this. I love this prone. The shoot prone tech is so good. Gonna run out of ammo here soon, and Nemo barrel stuffs him. He said, eat lead there, Hot. Eat lead. 3 kills for Nemo, and a very good round coming out of Mercenary. And a very questionable round, like you said, from Spartans. They had the advantage, but whoever put the bomb in mid or lost it in mid kind of put them in a little bit of a Horcrux.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's just one of those unfortunate events. Luckily for Spartans, it's only round 1, though. So, you know, they've got time to address that. I'm sure we won't see, you know, a similar mistake happen again here. And I mean, this is a team that's good at making adjustments on the fly, which is what you need when you're playing a team like the Mercs here. So we'll get an opportunity here in round 2. It does look like that Stampede, however, is going to go back toward the A site.
Lukey Fox. Oh, man. Lukey with 3 kills. What the heck just happened? The Mercenaries just collected the quickest bounty of their Merc lives. Holy cow. Whatever contract they got paid out on them last round must have been something good. And, you know, Hot, before the game, we had mentioned Lukey, and my man's already got 5 kills. And he only died to getting shot in the back. And his team still clutched it out. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. This man, when Lukey is feeling Lukey punk, it's scary.
He's a monster. I'm flashback to one of the first, I think, HPLs I casted, or one of the first arena games, and Lukey went 27 for 27 headshots on Bull. I will never forget it. So the man has been a monster for a long time. The nade heading out won't find a body. Lorak will take a bit of damage here, but so far the Spartans kind of favoring this A side a bit, but it may just be a distraction here because we see two on the other side trying to make some leeway as well. Chill Dizzle Fox will both be credited with an early pick.
Ew. Nice shots. I mean, you see why this P90 is being picked up here, Hot. The snappiness, the handling, the ergo, it's just so darn clean. So snappy.
I'm here for it. Like I said, I like the fact that we see new guns all the time. Those recent nerfs to the MP7 have allowed the P90 a nice shining spot, and there it is in the hands of Stripey to find Zaki. The Spartans still searching for their first round here. They're spread out pretty far across the board here. They try to get an early rotation away from the A site from this distraction here. And, I mean, it's worked to an extent, but they've got an anchor of Lukey on the A side, and he's been the one that you got to find a way to deal with.
Got to find a way to deal with him, but he's still alive. Can't deal with him. Call me Joe. Lukey says, call me no. Get out of my sight. Vessel taken out as well. I think Lukey. Okay, good. 10 seconds. Play silly games, win silly prizes, but guess what? Not enough time to plant the bomb. Oh, never mind, Blue, you're wrong.
Oh, he barely gets it off, and oh my Fox. Hey, that's why the P90 is a monster. 50 rounds in the mag. He's still got 23 left even after all of that. We talked about it. The MP7, no more 40 rounders. Down to the 30. That pin two less, I think down from 43 to 41. And so these P90s, a chance to really shine, and the players have been putting him to great use.
Yeah, what the fox was that round? I mean, that was so close to be going awry, and I didn't think he had time with the plant, but he picked up the bomb quickly, and then that was, whew, what a round. But Mercenaries up 3-0 here. Good to be feeling good. And this is the Spartans map pick, so pretty interesting stuff here so far, Hot. I mean, Lukey and the Gents are just, they're cooking. Lukey has 7 kills in 3 rounds. Zaki takes out Call Me Joe. And it's kind of at a standstill for the Spartans right now. Pretty much 3 of them sitting around that middle spiral. One player slowly moving up backstage towards B.
Still finds one. Nemo another now. Zaki, who can pretty much play almost anywhere, but I've seen this guy on just about everything here, from the Ash 12 now to the P90. Finding a second one on the Vessel. Lorak standing all alone, but only for a moment, and the moment's gone. Zaki, a quadra kill here in round 4, and it has been a flawless first half so far now for the Mercenaries.
Yeah, flawless half. 2 rounds were close, Hot, but no cigar. And that's kind of what separates that's the big separator of these teams, you know. All these players, as we mentioned over and over again, and if you're in Hunt Premier, you're pretty damn good at the game. But it's the way that they are able to frag and then B, close out the close rounds, that little bit of clutch factor, that je ne sais quoi that makes them that much more powerful against other good opponents. Zaki, as you mentioned, just cooking right now with that B90.
You know, so many juggernaut names on this Mercenary squad. Nemonos finds one. Zaki's got 2 on the board now, and Lorak lurking in the shadows here. But timing's everything, and the peek from Nemo is flawless. The head gets knocked off the shoulders of Lorak. The device is down, and Stripey is in a world of hurt. A 1v5 now with 1:13 on the clock.
Man. 5 members of Mercs remain. You know, with how crazy this team is playing, too, when you mentioned that they lost a map and I got a draw with Ark, it's just crazy to think about how strong this team is, and yet Ark took a map off them. Big hats off to Ark. I know they're not playing right now here, folks. We saw them play earlier, but for a new team, newer to the HPL, I mean, the team might have been around for a while, but newer to the HPL, they're doing fantastic. Because this team, right, how good they look on compared to what we've seen so far, I mean, this is a methodical job from a team of high-end mercenaries for sure.
One thing I learned about the Spartans, though, if they have a bad game, doesn't mean that second one's going to be bad. I flash back to day one. They lost 9-1 on Fort and then go on to beat 4-9 or win 9-4 against Oil Rig, who's another monstrous team. So they've still got time to work back into this one. They need to put some rounds on the board. It starts with a chill Dizzle nade here, though, and now Lukey. I mean, how do you stop Lukey? He finds a second. Call Me Joe will eventually snuff out the hot flame, but right there is Fox to answer back.
Fox answering back, bomb down, and he sniffs out. He's got a new foxhole he's got to cover, and the bomb is down in a horrible position for the attackers here, Hot. I mean, so brutal to try and retake that tiny little hallway. Zachy and Fox going to be having the crossfire. Oni looks like he's holding that right flank. Going to be shots ringing out. Fox playing dangerous games. I wonder if he's actually going to commit.
He's just toying with him right now, and he continues to eat up so much time off of this clock. At some point, the Spartans are going to have to make a decision here because they've got to find a couple kills and get this plant down. 25 seconds on the clock's going to make it tough. They shift forward. Zachy's there. Now Fox. Tag team back again. Whoop, there it is. Mercenary, a dominating start now, 6-0.
Yeah, that was some Merc action right there. I mean, Fox was putting so much pressure without ever peeking, and it was almost hard to not laugh. I think it was Stripey. If you look at Stripey's outline, the way his feet were just moving back and forth, my man was dancing, trying to hope that Fox made a mistake. But as soon as Vessel went to peek, you had the crossfire come in. Bada bing, bada boom, lights out, 6-0. And Hot, I don't think it's really close right now. I mean, there were 2 close rounds, but overall, Mercs are just slamming the Spartans.
Yeah, I think that first round was the closest, and it was a minor mistake that kind of forced that loss out of Spartans here. And ever since then, it seems like they haven't quite been able to regain just yet. But you put them up against the likes of this Merc squad, who just seems to be firing on all cylinders. Call Me Joe will eventually put down Lukey. He's been that shining star. Lorek will find Oni, and Spartans looking for a way back in.
Still got Fox, Nemo, and Zachy to deal with. Bomb's going to be rotating towards this A side. Lots of backup for Joe. That's big. The Stripey didn't drop there. Fox, again, not securing a kill. Only 24 bullets. Zachy from downtown, though, kills Joe with the bomb. These guys are sniping with this B90.
Up close, far away. ADS, point fire, it doesn't matter. These new machines are running arena at the moment. It's Fox for 1, Stripey for 2, and Spartans looking to get on the board. But here comes Nemonas, slowly but sure. Can they find Nemo?
Oof, that's tough. The timing was, as soon as he lost that timing, he was pretty much guaranteed to die to that angle, unfortunately. That's rough. Nice try from Nemo. Good round from the Spartans. But that was 1 round. Can we make it 2? If we're using our math brain here, Hot, I'm just saying 1 + 1 is 2, and that's double. Double's a great situation. We would love double for Spartans.
Very big, very great. Spartans,
One
I
of
would
the
say,
best.
need this round, though. I feel like they need to get at least 2, and even then, it's going to be a huge uphill battle here on Iceberg. But we'll see what they got. It's Zachy again on the P90. Chill Dizzle will drop him here at mid, and now it's Chill Dizzle who's on fire. He gets Nemo as well.
Yeah, he evens out the scoreline. Zaki made some snackies of his opponents in mid, but not going to be enough to put his team ahead anymore. Two dropping. One of them is dancing. I believe that's Oni that's spotted by Chill Dizzle. I don't think he has info on Chill, so could be a little bit of a timing battle here, depending on when Chill decides to stop holding the angle. Looks like they're putting pressure on this B-side going backstage right now.
Still a minute on the clock. Oh, here comes the peak and Chill. He was aiming a bit high. I think he was expecting it to come from that stage side, and so not quite able to find the flick of the wrist. We'll try to get into a different position here as well. That device still trying to make its way on site. 45 seconds here left in the round, and still in a 3v3.
Ooh. Oni says nope. Denies entry. 30 seconds remain, and you know the team is they're in a really weird position. Like, they got this good cross going, but it's kind of awkward. Like, if Chill gets caught right here, that's Lukey taking out the bomb. Chill, I think he thought he got the kill. Stop shooting, and Lukey's just gonna take him out. Yep, yeah, he's not gonna be getting Lukey over Lukey, that's for sure. And 7-1 on a defending half of the Spartans map, and whew, you know, Hot, things are not looking good for the red team.
Yeah, Iceberg's tough, man. It's it can be tough, certainly. Mercenary, they've been navigating it well, though, and doing so without Kiyoshima on the board, as well as we've seen Oni step in here today. So a lot of these rosters run deep. Spartans, a bit of a tough struggle, but again, I honestly felt like Mercenary was going to win this map pick. It was Bull for me that was going to be the upset here for Spartans. So it's not over yet, but as we said before, it's very, very rare that we see a team come back from a 7-1.
It's a tough ask, especially with such a good team. Stripey, though, opening kill of the half, takes out Zaki. Zaki with 11 kills, tied for first on his team with Lukey. I like this line of scrimmage out of Spartans. There's basically 4 players all holding. There's a literal line through the map. Steady!
Hold!
Steady!
Hold! We'll see if the line breaks at some point, but no, it's Chill Dizzle standing strong. Finds the first one, or second one really, on the Onizaki. Taken out early in this one. It slipped by, but a great stand for the Spartans. We'll see if maybe they can have similar success on this defensive side.
Shots ringing out back and forth. Nemo taking so much damage, and he still throws the nade aggressively. I love Lukey with the crossfire. They had so much pressure coming from him. Lukey with this M4. You gotta love my man Lukey. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like as long as we've watched him, he's always been M4. He hasn't changed, and he's just so damn good with it, bro. He's so good with the M4.
I have a feeling he's good with just about any weapon, but certainly with this M4. 14, he's got wings, baby, and he's certainly flying today. He's soaring high. I mean, he's 14-4. So absolutely crop dusting all the competition out here at the moment.
Even though I'm making car noises. Lukey is feeling
fast
Lukey.
biplane.
How the hell did they take this round back, by the way? They were in such a bad position here, Hot. All jokes aside, like, it's crazy.
I'll tell you how. The answer's easy. It's Lukey. 4K quadro on the round from Lukey. Fox will get the cherry on top, if you will, as they go to match point, but 4 on the round, 3 MVPs, 15-4, and so far looking like a decisive win for the Mercenaries.
Yeah. It's just, it's tough, man. I want to click my heels together and make something magical happen for the lads, but the reality is you're fighting. I mean, some of these members have been on teams in HPL that were undefeated for seasons. So it's like, you're fighting the best of the best. You know, you're already fighting the best when you're in the HPL, Hawk, but this is really the best of the best. Ew. I messed my man Hot Sauce up, Zachy. I took out Hot. I'm sorry, chat. I'm wanted for murder.
You
Call
owed me.
Joe takes out.
Oh, as I look to recollect my head, I think Call Me Joe's going to have to do the same thing. He loses it to Fox. Stripey will give Zachy a taste of his own medicine here. Fox Oni, the last two standing. Spartans on Dyer's edge here as they try to reel this one back. It's a tough ask and a tall task here for the squad, but Fox now pressures through the smoke. Stripey's got his card, and now it's down to Oni.
Oni, 1 kill of this game, looking to pick up a few more. You know, it's funny. You can't even really glean anything from his 1 kill, Hawk, because he's playing with monsters. So that, unfortunately, dies the Vessel there. But it's really one of those situations where your teammates are playing so damn well that it really doesn't matter what you're doing.
Yeah, and you're a sub, right? Like sometimes it's tough to come in for the team synergy because it's very rare that we see the Mercenaries or, you know, I know formerly Sicario, but without Kiyoshima. And so I saw some rumors in chat, maybe Kiyoshima at TwitchCon or something of the sort, but Oni having to step in here in the midst of things, and especially on Iceberg as well, right? And so, I don't think it's anything out of the ordinary. And honestly, it's nothing they have to worry about because they have an 8-2 lead. So as long as the job's getting done, I think that's the important part.
Job's getting done, and Vessel, nice kill on the Fox. Hot. I apologize if it came up like that. I'm not knocking my man Oni. I'm saying he's surrounded by greatness, so his team is just performing so well. It's hard to get kills, you know.
Oh, I agree. And I didn't think you were knocking him. I was just, chipping in the old 2 cents.
Just making sure I'm not disrespecting my Oni one Kenobi over here. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, baby. Absolutely.
Now, 3v3, Spartans in a good spot. If they get this bomb down here, Hot, I think it might be lights out. Still got Lukey and Zachy and Nemo alive. Bomb planted, 40 seconds to defuse. Time is ticking.
They know right where Vessel is. They try to work together out the doorway here. It's a tough one, but the pressure does come in. Shots exchange, a little damage for Chill Dizzle, but Stripey finding Lukey. Nemonos is taking a ton of damage. The Spartans, shield and sword in hand, they try to battle forward. This is Sparta, and Vestal finds Nemo. Zachy, a 2v1. All of a sudden, the round does become winnable now for the Spartans. The peak is there. Chill Dizzle is waiting, and the Spartans continue to trudge to the trenches.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful lean peek there by Chill Dizzle. You could see when Zachy went to peek, his crosshair placement, his read of the situation, he was not expecting Chill to be there. That nice off angle, closer, wide peek, really great stuff. And the fact that they killed Lukey, then Nemo doesn't pick up any kills and shut down Zachy. I mean, great stuff from the Spartans.
Yes, baby. Give them the kick over the edge, but they need 5 more of those, and that only gets them into overtime as well. We talked about it. It could be a Cinderella story here. They could rewrite history if they could find a way to come back from a 7-1 deficit. But when you look at who they're playing against, the likes of Zachy here as well, near Spiral, finding the opening pick on Stripey, who's been that top fragger, this might spell trouble for the Spartans.
Ooh. Fox is not playing around anymore. That was such a clean kill. Whew. Zachy takes out Chill. 5v2 situation. Bombs getting planted and Haunt. I think Lucky takes out Vessel, and now Call Me Joe unless a miracle happens. No miracle's going to happen. 9-3. Very, very crazy game coming out of the Mercs, and the Spartans tried, but hot. I mean, these guys look amazing. 17 kills, 15 headshots for your MVP. Lukey.
Talked about it. I flashed back to the 27 kills with 27 headshots from Lukey, and a similar performance here on Iceberg. Everybody playing very well here on the side of Mercenaries, but I don't know. I kind of expected it on Iceberg, even though it was Spartan's map pick. Bowl was the map I was thinking they could steal it away. We won't have to wait too much longer as we get ready for Bowl, but this one here ends 9-3 in favor of Mercenary. So incredibly thankful for the partnership with Auroras and AMD, guys. The Radeon RX 9070 XT could be yours next Sunday at the finals. All you got to do is type !Auroras in chat. The link is there. Multiple entries every day, and it's really simple to enter. The only excuse you would have, I guess, is being too lazy, and that is not a good excuse. So get up off your butt, type it in chat, get to the link, and get involved.
That's right. You heard from motivational man himself, Hot Sauce. There's no excuse for laziness in this gym. Get your tickets. 11 tickets a day keeps the doctor away, okay? It says right there on the side of the app. Get your tickets. Beautiful graphics card. Awesome performance. I mean, AMD is looking primo these days. Combine that, with a nice little processor, or later on down the line, folks, going to be having more giveaways, a laptop, and some other goodies. So this next weekend, though, just to be clear again, next Sunday is the last time we're doing the draw. So get your tickets now, or you don't get the prize. It's very simple.
That's 7 full days of re-entries every day to further your chance. So make sure you take it full advantage of it. And if you're not following x.com/huntpremier_, I'll say it, you're probably a fool. That's where you're going to find out about all this amazing information. So follow the socials so you don't miss out on any of the opportunities, from the giveaways that are coming in the future to everything else we have in store that I'm not quite allowed to tell you all about.
Secrets are no fun unless they are for Hot Sauce. That being said, about to be having some hot lights here soon, and the Mercs, they came in. You look at them, you read the names, and you're like, dang. And they kind of just played at that level. Hot. They gave up some rounds, but none of those rounds were given over. I mean, the Spartans took those rounds, but the Mercenaries, man, the Mercs look really good.
They do, and they have consistently. We talked about it. They didn't lose a single game in those qualifiers, but have been thrown a few wrenches throughout this one. I mean, it was Arktic who toppled them in that draw earlier on. They did come back with a win. They had only played 2 series heading into the day, but they start off the day with a 2-0 win. If they could find another 2-0 win here, they certainly would jump up drastically in that leaderboard. And I have a feeling that the leaderboards after today might be like a little snow globe. They might be shaken up just a little bit.
Yeah, shaking up just a little bit. And speaking of shaking up, going to be getting some highlights here, folks. And we're going to see how the Mercs shook things up a little bit. And man, live from the airman himself, Lukey. So many good kills too. I mean, the Spartans, again, yesterday they were popping off. Today they have good kills, but you're just fighting this monstrous light up that are the Mercs. And we saw why they are on paper one of the scariest. Now we see in person why they're scary, Hot.
Yeah, from the paper to letting the guns do the talking here, it was Mercenaries that did the walk-in as well, and it was all over the corpses of the Spartans. We saw a couple moments of shining greatness from Spartans, but this one was really controlled majority by the Mercenary squad here. I mean, Lukey, I think, finished with 17 kills and 15 headshots. Zaki wasn't too far behind. Nemo, everybody popping off in this one and doing exactly what they need to do to get a decisive win in the bag. One more on the day would mean a clean 4-0 for Squad Mercenary.
A clean 4-0. That sounds good. That do be sounding good, but Spartans, you know, maybe we're going to have some reverse map effect here. This is going to be the Spartans map. They do get to 8-1, manage to push 2 more rounds out, chat, as you'll see. Vessel, nice kill. This second to last round, very good retake coming out of the Spartans. But right here, Zaki just dials in, shuts down people, Lukey, everyone, and yeah, it's a tough ass caught. I mean, I know, forgetting whose map pick it is, right? Just looking at how well the team is playing. I mean, Lukey and Zaki alone are killing enough people for a full team. And that's not including the 3 other monsters that are there. So, yeah, Spartans, I mean, they're just going to have to play their hearts out, play their damnedest. You know, you kind of almost got to get a little, the word escapes me, but you got to get a little fantasy going on in your head of what could possibly happen. And you got to summon your best form, Hawk. Because I think if you're looking at Mercs, I would be scared. But if maybe they could pull in that Spartan power, all that practice, those countless hours of, you know, that torture that Spartans put themselves through to become super powerful. If they can channel that, I think they could still pull out, you know, a draw here today. Because again, I've seen them play well. They have the fragging potential. Do they have the team prowess to match the team play is what's going through my mind right now.
Yeah, and again, Spartans, Bowl is where they've upset a few of these teams. We talked about it. It was Oil Rig that they upset earlier on day one, who happens to be that #1 team at the moment. So for me, if that win was going to come in from the Spartans, it was going to be on Bowl anyway. So, you know,
Right.
they've been here before. We talked about it. They lost 9-1 against Oil Rig on Fort. 9-3 here on Iceberg. A similar situation against the Mercenaries. They bounced back to a 9-4 victory on Bowl. So if they could do something similar here, they could walk away with a draw. I think that would be huge for the Spartans. They have the talent. They're certainly extremely capable of it.
Certainly capable of it. And it's just, you know, it's, again, any given Sunday, today's Sunday, which version of you is going to show up? And it's tough, man, because it's like almost, even if you play at your best, you see the consistency out of this Merc lineup. Like you mentioned, Lukey, the 27-27 bowl raid, but that's this dude every single game. I mean, I genuinely struggle to recall when Lukey was on the bottom of the board, let alone not getting like at least 15-ish frags every single game, every map, every series. And that's the thing, Hod, is if you're not your Spartan form, you'll just get slaughtered by the Mercs because they're so consistent. I think that's what makes them one of the scariest, Hod, is it's not just the skill floor or the skill ceiling, the skill gap, the way these teams kind of interact, the team play. It's just the consistency. This team is always damn good. They're always good, man.
Always good. Always good.
Always good.
They've got a sub, and so maybe something that the Spartans could try to exploit a little bit here. There will be some early pressure out, no early nade that comes in here, so some space to be taken from the Spartans. A pretty even spread here on the defensive side for Mercenaries.
A pretty even spread indeed. And Fox with the opening kill so far. We see that defensive smoke that's going to be cutting off curtains. I love the utility on Bowl. So much opportunity to really, you kind of use the same standard boilerplate, template smokes over and over, but they're just so good on this map. Now we see Spartans looking for some kind of weakness in the phalanx that is the Mercs, but they're not giving anything right now, Hot.
No, you know, keep them guessing basically, and you know, that's the luxury of being on that defensive side. You got to pressure into the crosshair. Now with great utility, Bowl can be a very strong attacking sided map though, and so Spartans just have to utilize that to the full potential. It does look like Stripey is getting ready for one of these Larry lineup nades here, so we'll wait to see if it finds a home. Oh, nade drop down. Doesn't find a home just yet, but No damage done. Call Me Joe will look to shift forward a bit here as well. Lukey tucked into the corner. They got to be careful. The swing is perfect. Call Me Joe finds one. Stripey, though, does find Lukey before he can pick up onto that. The device has been dropped, though, and slightly in an awkward spot outside of Curtin Fox. Will dance back. Almost caught in the reload. He takes a ton of damage here. Will shift back towards Jin. A little help holding down tower lane. He's got an eye in the sky as Zaki does find Stripey. The plant looks to go down. 7 on the clock, and Zaki finds a second, pressuring forward. The plant goes down, but it's not enough. Fox right there to chop down that last standing member of the Spartans. The device deactivated, and with that, Mercenary will get the first round on the board here on Bull.
First round and a pretty good round indeed. 2 kills, 1 kill. And good try from Spartans, but a great defense overall for Mercs. That opening pick from Fox definitely put, I think, a damper on the pacing, and you can see this for most of the round they were kind of on the back foot a little. They did manage to get the plant down, but unfortunately just not enough people alive to protect that bomb.
Only round 1 though. Plenty of time, plenty of action to be had here on Bull. So we'll see if Spartans can reel this one back here in round 2. Fox has been holding down this tower lane toward Jin's side. We'll back up and give some space this time. Played Jin last time, so I think it's a wise decision. Maybe trying to bait out an early nade here from the Spartans.
Lukey just chilling, enjoying the view. Oh, I think he switched his swag up, too. I'm pretty sure he changed the color of his M4. Still got his wings out.
And still slays, but only gets one. It's Lorak this time to power in. Nemenos with the nade finds Call Me Joe, though, and Mercenary just consistently working with the player advantage. It's great smokes in line. They're able to pressure forward. The plant not going down yet, though, but Stripey has found a kill onto Fox.
Bomb down. Smokes are starting to fade. Stripey, big kill onto Zaki. Now Nemo and Oni both on the flank now. Both going to be coming curtain side. They're going to have the info. Man, and Lorak dies to that. Oof, that is tough. Great kill from Oni. Now both members being on this site side. Actually a pretty good position here to retake, but Vessel not going to have it.
See Nemo going towards Jin's side here to try and apply a little help, but they've got the buddy system. Vessel on the peak will find one more. 2 on the board for him and Stripey as Lorak gets one in the meantime, and the Spartans will make sure to keep this one close early.
Keeping it close indeed, and that was a good round. Good answer. Good post plant. Did get a little scary right there when Lorak did end up dying, but that's okay. His teammates were there to pick up that trade right away, and round secured.
Well, there's a map or a matchup going off stream as well, on Bull as well. Pandaric only 4 frags, find themselves tied up 4-4 at halftime.
See if this nade can make some work happen. Lorak trying to channel Walker.
He's really holding on to that one. I think he's just testing the wind there, seeing which way the wind's blowing, to what degree, before he lets it rip. Now we see him begin to rain down. One from Stripey as well, and it finds the foxhole, goes down. Zaki on the Stripey, and Lukey to pick up where he left off. Lorak will eventually shut down the monster that's Lukey, but Nemo, the nade comes in. It's kill after kill, and the Mercenaries again working with the player advantage.
Ooh, Chill almost caught Nemo by surprise. It's actually going to rotate out. Rather than play his life and just take that greedy 50-50. That was such a sick nade by Nemo, by the way. For them to have actually gotten that off is crazy. But they've been doing it. Spartans have been doing a good job. Ooh, Chill takes out Nemo from downtown, down Gen Lane. And, you know, you had mentioned how Bowl is the map that Spartans have beaten other teams and played spoiler, so interesting to pick it against them. Zaki, though, that is a nasty kill and a massive kill for this retake.
Chill Dizzle remaining patient, waiting for that audio cue. Will begin to shift forward here. It has Oni for the help, and Oni finds the shot. Chill Dizzle going down. Mercenaries back on top by 1.
That was a great round from Spartans and a little tough on the retake. Chill gets that kill and then ends up planning, and unfortunately he plays so passive that sometimes it works, but once that player on site ends up dying to Zaki, who made a nasty kill with the P90, that player on the back foot really got put in an awkward angle. And if you saw how Oni was against that right side of split, he was leaning left, so as the player comes up that ramp on the top med, you just have such a disgusting, almost, I don't want to say a one-way, but you have such a disgusting peek on him on an off angle, and it's so hard to fight there, Hot. I mean, great job from Oni and Zaki to retake that. And a big round for Mercs. I mean, Spartans are really pushing them to the edge. Spartans got to close those close rounds out if they want to take this map.
Yeah, got to be able to close out the important rounds, especially against a tough squad like Mercenaries, who are going to capitalize on all these opportunities in front of them. Fox this time tucked down here in a crossfire with Lukey. Spartans okay with being patient here initially, allowing these smokes to dissipate before they look to pressure forward. That nade was close. Lorek eats just a little bit of damage off the top, but will come away still standing. Oh! The revenge nade. It's good for 1.
Shots ringing out. Lukey's still alive. Ooh.
Ooh. Oh my, what?
How is he alive still? I mean, he's still deadly. Oh, man, and what a chaotic round there, Hot Sauce. Lukey trying to play his life. He was so close to killing 3 and that being a completely different round. If he got the kill on whoever he was fighting, that would have been actually terrifying for the other team.
And look like Patches old Houlihan Jr. out there. Duck, dodging, dipping, dodging, diving,
Yep, dodged
all
up.
those Ds. Certainly could dodge a wrench if you could dodge all those bullets, man. Lukey dancing around, but it was the Spartans who capitalized on the important round. We had just talked about it as it got started, needing to close out those important rounds. And now after several A attempts, we do see him switching it up a bit, and there's some sweet chin music. The nade comes in, and Oni eats all of it.
Oof. Spartans putting in the work, man. 2-2, great utility. Lorek, another kill into Zaki, and slowly but surely they're breaking this defense. Stripey, oh! From downtown reads the rotation, but Fox is there to stop the plant. Good delay by Fox. Is it going to be enough? He's really hurt. Nope, Vessel takes him out. Takes Fox out of the vessel that is his body, sends his spirit to the nether realm. Lukey, though. 2 kills down. Gonna have a slice of cheese. Can he do it here, Hot? 1v2.
I mean, if there's one player you want standing in this position, I would want to put all of that pressure on Lukey. The man is a diamond in the rough here, just shining through under great pressure, consistently finding big plays, and he's just a monster. But for the Spartans, this B site is so tough to deal with. You can ring around the rosy so much here. Chill Dizzle doesn't even need it. He's gonna stop, turn, and find the pick here. The Spartans will have a lead in this one for the first time in this series as a whole. Can they begin to run away with it? Stripey 6-2.
Wow. Spartans up. Is today like the reverse map pick curse or something also? So I don't understand. People keep, they pop off on the wrong map. I guess it's the right map, but it's the wrong, it's the wrong map.
I kind of wonder if maybe the Spartans picked Iceberg because of the first 2 bans and tried to force Mercenary into a bowl pick. They thought maybe they could have an advantage on Iceberg and then would also get that bowl pick. So, I mean, there's a few things to consider, but The Spartans have looked strong in this map, so it doesn't surprise me that we're seeing them play very well here. Vessel finding Oni again, Mercenaries with a sub here, and something that the Spartans could look to exploit a bit. They've got early picks in a lot of these rounds. In that previous Iceberg, we saw Mercenary with that player advantage all the time. We're not seeing that here for the Spartans. They've been able to capitalize and close out big rounds, but they've got to continue to do so.
Got to continue to do so, and an even player base, or even players on both the teams. Bomb is on site. Oh, the shots from the right, but he's not able to connect. There is the pincer going on, but the great utility usage. That smoke saves their lives. I never thought I'd say this, but smoking saves lives. Vessel takes out Tacky. 2v2 situation.
You hear that, Mom?
I told you, Mom.
I told you over there.
Vessel putting in so much work.
Does Chill find him through the smoke, though? Well, if Chill doesn't, Vessel will. Jinx?
Uh-oh.
Well, look at that.
I ain't giving you no coke. No coke for you. Wow, Vessel, 4 kills, big round. And, you know, you had mentioned how the bowl was the map that this team had played spoilers on. And, man, you were looking at the forecast for today's game because you were reading quite well into how well Spartans play this map. What do you think the difference is? You think it's the utility? I mean, obviously they're popping off well, but I can't discern the difference between the maps, but they're doing so well.
Running for scriptwriter here in November, so I'm just trying to get elected, that's all.
My fellow Americans.
My fellow HPLians. Spartans, though, up by 2 in this one. They've doubled that lead. They guarantee themselves a tied half, and they're looking strong. I think if they can get at least one more on the board, solidify that winning half, we very well could see them stealing it away here from the Mercenaries and ending in a 1-1 draw. A little bit of ambient sounds, some pins being pulled before we hear the beautiful chaos explode around, but it was early nades that Spartans have been successful with. They don't find a home in this one.
Yeah, lots of silence across this map. You hear a little footwork by Stripey by Rampart.
Here comes the Stampede. They said enough pitter-patter, time to get at her. Unfortunately, they run into the firing squad of the Mercenaries. Lukey for 1, Fox for 2, and things fall to shambles here in this round.
Oof. And a flawless round coming out of the Mercs. Mercs ain't playing around. They don't mind being down. I guess they would say, don't call me a clown.
Fire continues. Dylon maybe being kicked off the top 5 here. It'll be Dylon, and Blue.
No one can ever replace Dylon.
Not even me, brother.
Now, Mercs got to be feeling pretty good after that one. You know, I think with some of our teams, this map is attacker side. Some teams are defensive sided. Really depends on which day of the week it is at times, but I think if Mercs can get a 4th round here, they're still in a fantastic position to close this game out. Spartans, though, playing super well, so it's not going to be given over. That's for sure.
They might be working toward that tied half here as Fox opens up onto Stripey. Looking for the second. It's Oni here. He spots him, but can't quite find the kill. Lorak will take some damage, look to back off, has some help coming in. Chill finding Zaki here, though. And they're trying to take advantage of this numbers on the B side. Oni finding 1 is huge. Lorak another, and back to a 3v3.
Looks like the bomb's going to be rotating back towards that A side. They still have to deal with Lukey. The raid boss Lukey still sitting here. Oh, man. Takes out Joe. Bomb down at curtains. Last player, Lorak, really hurt here, Haw. And unless something mythical happens or mystical or a nuke lands on the map, I think Lorax is going to go to sleep.
I would like to concur, my good sir, because a 3v1 against this squad and the fact that it's Fox, Nemo, and Lukey still standing, I mean, we talk about having the whole deck stacked against you here, but Lorak is not going to go down without a fight. He finds one, but it's only a consolation prize, and much like that off stream, I mean, Pandaric off, they tied 4-4 at half. The Pandas went on to win 9-6 to close out ball. We'll see which one of these two teams can close it out here in the second half.
Great first half from both teams. I'm excited to see whether the Spartans can stop the Mercs from pushing onto these sites. They did a good job taking sites. They won some close rounds, had some good rounds on B in particular, where they were able to use their pressure as attackers and abuse the lines of sight you can create with utility on B side. You know, you block off basically that whole B side of the plane from split all the way up to apartments. And now they just need to stop the mercenaries from running over them. But the Mercs, I mean, they are still looking solid. They only got 4 rounds, but hey, with how well Spartans were playing, I would say that's pretty darn good. Same thing can be said for Spartans, though. So let's see how this plays out, folks. Shots ringing out back and forth. Zaki doing his best to spray, but no Snacky down the line.
Find some big damage, though. And I like that he does it after the nade, trying to use that nade to flush them out of a position and then spray them through that smoke there. So, again, just phenomenal situational awareness coming out from the squad here of Mercenary. We see Call Me Joe down in that prone position. Chill Dizzled now back toward this tower lane, and Call Me Joe will find Zaki. The opening pick favoring the Spartans, but they were trying to create a distraction over there, a little smoke and mirrors, because the Stampede's headed toward the B site.
Oh, but the ruse has been caught by Vessel. Vessel in these close rounds performing so well, but Lukey had enough of it. Oh, man, Joe not... Oh, my goodness! Are you feeling Lukey, punk? Ladies and gentlemen, looking at one of the best players in Tarkov Arena history. Holy cow.
That was just nasty. Lukey still standing, hasn't taken much damage.
Oh
Finds
my.
another one. And it's the whole ace, baby. The ace of spades, the angel of death. Lukey, the 5K up to 16. And as I like to often say, I can't help but think of the mask. My man's out here just going, somebody stop me.
I don't think he's feeling Lukey. I think he's feeling freaky, because that was some freaky deaky. I mean, when he got Vessel, I thought, okay, cool. Like, he walked around, went through S-Bend, but those hit point fire kills from downtown, I mean, and back to back, and then he kills the last 2. Like, holy cow. Give this man a medal.
Lukey, we trust. Chill Dizzle, the Spartans, though, trying to bring this one back in that prone position. Smoke's in line here towards inside, and all the pressure mounting for Mercenary at the moment. The jump across the device here from Curtain. Stripey still prone out here as well. We're going to see Spartans begin to shift one back toward the spawn side here, but might just be lining up a nade, and is here. That smoke will rain down and buy some more time.
Buying more time, and I saw someone in chat mention if that one hurts, then it does, man. It really does. Chill picks up Nemo, though, and just like that, the hurting gonna be stopping for just a second. 2 members already down for the Mercs.
Oh my. Nasty nade from Joe. He picks up one more as well, and I mean, it looks like they really put a Band-Aid and stopped the bleeding here from that previous round. If they can take out Lukey, it'd be a flawless round, but Lukey's hot off an ace. He could find a 5v1 clutch. Not going to get it this time, and it is a flawless round for the Spartans. So You couldn't ask for a better way to bounce back after a very tough loss in the previous round.
Big answer indeed. Big answer indeed, and just what they need, and definitely the closest match, I would say, of the day so far for us, Hot. And the Spartans really showing why they're the Spartans. I mean, they're resilient, they're fighting back, and I know you got the Mercs on the other side, but they're doing a great job of holding their own right now, and it's anybody's game still.
Yeah, absolutely anybody's game. I mean, you talked about it all day here, that any given Sunday factor on Sunday, a fun day indeed. And now the Spartans looking to have a little fun of their own after a tough showing on Iceberg. A great one here so far, but we got to close out those important rounds and the important games if they want to take one away from the Mercenaries.
Yeah, and the Mercs already having a draw, that would really hurt them in their head-to-head with Oil Rig and Panda. Call Me Joe takes out Lukey, though. Surprise, surprise. Nemo, though, from downtown, kills the player, pushing apartment, and they have a pretty good read, probably, that B is somewhat open. They're going to be getting aggressive on it. All four players going to be rotating out towards this B side, and they're rotating across A plat, probably going to go under apartments, some towards B plat, and there's one player on B for this defensive side. Probably going to be Vessel there, and Vessel going to have to play spoiler once again here, Hot.
4v4, Nemo and crew beginning to shift forward just a bit. We can see that rotation coming around here on the mini-map as well. Fox does spot one. The spray comes out of the P90 from a distance. Oni in great positioning to find Vessel off guard, who hasn't looked left there from that position. It was Lukey in previous rounds. And like dominoes, everybody from the Spartans begins to fall here. Chill Dizzle needs a miracle.
Yeah, and rotating through tunnel like this, you know, you lose 10, 15 seconds rotating alone. They're going to have everybody there. You could have multiple levels of holding the same peak. It's just so hard. He does take out Oni, but Fox there to trade him out right away. Yeah, that's a retaking B is always brutal, Hot, let alone in a 1v4 versus the Mercs. But still, such a close game. I mean, they had a great opening to the round, great read from the Mercs to catch that player on the flank, and Joe does get Lukey, but ends up probably costing his team around there, or maybe not costing his team around, but opening up such a wide expanse on B that it was unrecoverable in some sense once the Mercs took over, and then they just killed 3-4 back-to-back-to-back, so tough round to lose for Spartans. And again, Hot, it's these close rounds that the Spartans need to win if they want to win this game. That's really the difference maker, it seems to me. It's probably going to be a 1 or 2 round difference. Like, they got to win these close rounds. Lukey was pissed.
Yeah, he wanted that revenge. It was Call Me Joe that got him last time. Not this time, but Oni said that was my kill, and now you're going to be put down for it. A little mishap as another TK comes out. Spartans could really use that to their advantage here, though, because that was that shining star of Lukey, who's already got 17 on the board.
And that's why that TK hurts so much, you know. When he getting his 5th kill, or takes out his teammate Lukey, and it feels bad, man. But that's how the cookie crumbles. Lots of noise on this A side, and we'll see how the Spartans answer. 3 members of the Spartans on that B side. So once again, the Mercs reading the defense really well. I mean, what a great read here, Hawk. Back-to-back rounds where they kind of manipulate the defense, and Bomb's not down yet, but they're in a great position to actually force him off. Smoke's coming out, and no one's going to be able to contest the plant right now, I believe. He should be able to go out curtains for free. And you see the hesitancy.
Oof. That nade was so close. Nemo, Kill Dizzle, the trade back. Stripey shots for the smoke, but the device will be planted here with just 20 seconds. It rolls into 50, and now the pressure put onto the shoulders of Spartans. Does Lorak know that Oni is so close here? He's about to find out, and with that, another 6 feet dirt nap for our boy Lorak. This time, it's a 2v3 that favors the Mercenary.
Yeah, and he found out all right. Only one said hello with a bullet. Chill. and Stripey. Only 20 seconds left of the fuse. Fox takes out Stripey, and now Chill. Maybe chilling a little bit too much. Not going to be able to clutch that one out. And now Mercs 2 rounds up. I believe the most rounds we've seen up for either team so far. And 1 point for putting us on match point, series point here, Hot. The Mercs playing out this attack. And, I mean, the back-to-back rounds here where they read the defense so well. Really great job coming out from the Mercs.
Anything's possible, but you feel like the Spartans need a couple rounds here in a row, and even then it's going to start to be a little tight. So it's going to be a tough one, a bit of an uphill battle now that the Mercenary has been able to extend that lead by 2, especially so late in this one. And we talk about it, Bowl, because of utility, can be an attacker-driven map. So it's really going to be up to the Spartans here to make something happen.
Lorak feeling that, feeling what the sentiment you're putting down, pushing through that curtain's going to have the information, but it's going to be enough. Only one player here on this B side. Call me Joe. See, now the Spartans in a pretty good position to get some rotations since the utility coming out of Mercenaries is making them slow on the draw a little bit. Joe, though, gets caught lacking on the ramp. Fox, great shots, smokes off green. Now they're going to have control of the site. 3 people inside of spawn, and the chaos is now favoring Mercs, and Hot, 5 members alive, smokes pluming everywhere. How do you retake us, the Spartans?
Yeah, it's tough because you only have 45 seconds and all 5 members are still standing, and you look at where the pressure is coming from. You have to push through a smoke. You try to do it with the 2 at mid. There's a long flank coming into play, but it's taking them a long time to get there. I believe that's Lorak on the backside, so time quickly dwindling away. And, well, Chill Dizzle, Stripey, they find the 2-piece, but is it going to be enough?
Oh, no. Zaki so sneaky and takes out Lorek. He's going to do the jump up onto Nemo, but Nemo's ready. Nemo is not having any of it. No chill from Nemo. That's 3 rounds in a row there, and match point, series point, 18 kills for Lukey, and a teammate's right there.
Yeah, this is where it gets tough. We don't see Spartans get at least 1. We were hoping for 2, but not even 1 round there. And so now the Mercenary, 3 opportunities to close it out. They're on the attacking side, which has been a little more favorable, and just playing well together. They're winning these battles, so it's tough for the Spartans. They put up one hell of a fight here, but now they need 3 in a row. Meanwhile, off screen at halftime on Bay 5, Pandaric up 6-2 against only 4 frags. Man, ton of early kills. Fox, though, does get taken out by Stripey. Now Lukey on the Stripey. 2 members standing. It's all down to Vessel. A 4v1. And the Mercenary, well, it looks like they are pleading a strong case for that 4-0 on the day.
The pressure. Can Vessel channel the energy needed to 1v4 here? Is he going to be the Vessel of hope that this team needs? Unfortunately not. 9-5 coming out of the Mercs here, Hot Sauce. A clean victory. A very close game until we switched sides, and then it just was a... Oh, man. You know, you look over Lukey, MVP, 20 kills, 16 headshots, and... Hot, it's a tough loss because the Spartans, I think they really did play well. You're just going up against the Mercs. These boys got paid well. They got the job done. 2-0 on the series, and pretty convincing stuff on the day so far for the Mercs over Spartans.
Yeah, they put up a good fight here, and unfortunately, it just wasn't quite enough. Bowl has been a good map for the Spartans, but they fall a little bit short here today. The Mercenaries close it out in 2-0 fashion as they end Bowl here 9-5. Auroras and AMD, guys. I'm only going to shout out you about one more time, at least on this stream, that you got to put exclamation point Auroras in chat. Follow the link and get in as many times as you can every day. Those entries refresh for your chance to win that Radeon RX 9070 XT. It's a beautiful graphics card. You don't want to miss out on it. I've been taking advantage of it, so you better be as well.
Better be as well, and why not? On the hot prize line with Cracked and Hot next weekend, next Sunday. 11 chances per day, folks. Take your draws, get your shot. Again, this is a beautiful, beautiful card. High-end performance, piece of machinery. Costs a pretty penny too. So why not take a shot in one of his goodies? And coming on soon, there's going to be more goodies. Like Hot said, can't reveal too much, but more snacks down the line. But the first snacks drawn again next weekend, next Sunday. And it's going to be a delicious one. That 97. Thank you once again, AMD and Aorus, for their wonderful partnership, allowing us to put on shows like this. It's not possible without sponsors, folks, and it's not possible without you. So thank all of you for that as well.
Yeah, big shout out to Hunt Premier and Battle State Games for continuously bringing us all the wonderful action, from the Pinnacles to the HPLs and much, much more. Pandaric, only 4 frags. They were duking it out. Halftime left 6-2 in favor of Pandaric as they look to close out their final match on the day. Oil Rig had doubled up on only 4 frags on their off-screen match, and we saw Mercenary take out Ancestral 2-0 on their off-screen match as well. So a little bit of a shakeup in the leaderboard here, which hopefully we'll have those standings here for you in just a little bit, waiting for that final game to conclude. But what a weekend we've had from day one. I was sad I missed out on some of that action from day 2, but all the way to day 3 here, it has been nonstop and a ton of fun. And I'm glad I got to be back in the booth with my boy Blue.
Beautiful, beautiful day as always with Mr. Hot. And as we go into the highlights here, this was a close match, Hot. I mean, we see the potential in the Spartans. They are fragging out. They're playing well, but the Mercs on the other side answering just as darn well. Bessel.
Yeah.
So many good kills, by the way.
A ton of great utility kills in this one, as we see Stripey there as well. But you felt like this game had that tug of war mentality. We've seen a lot of back and forth until about that 11th or 12th round. And I think that's when the Mercenary, once we switch to that attacking side as well, they tend to have a lot more success. But the Spartans put up one hell of a fight here. They made it a very good game. They put on basically a little cinema for us here as well. We saw this back and forth in the first half, but at the end of the day, we talked about it, you and I both. You got to close out those important rounds and those important games, especially in a big setting like the HPL number 5, and it was all Mercenaries here in this one.
Yeah, and look so close. You know, you're down 2-4. But slow and steady, the Mercs clawed it back, and I believe they only dropped one more round after this. So from 2-4 all the way up to 9-5. Pretty clean. Might have been 9-6, actually, before I get him out of myself. But still, the clean rounds, and Lukey, man, like a bulwark on that A defense. This round is just crazy out of Lukey.
Point fires. This one right here was also a headshot, and then he wraps it up with the ace to kick off the second half. You want to talk about propelling your team to a victorious run. That's one way to start it. Lukey, a monster here in this one. We talked about it in that first series, 17 kills, 15 headshots, 20 kills and 16 headshots in this one, as the Mercenaries would go on to close it out.
Yeah, we see the Mercenaries start to take a lot of pace and get quicker and quicker and quicker, close it out. Round after round after round, and again, Hot, you think you started off 2-4, close it out 9-5. So 7-1 once they started winning those rounds. I mean, they're pretty awesome stuff. And why they've been one of the best teams, why they continue to show why they're one of the best teams. And the word that goes through my mind, Hot, again, consistency. I mean, every single match, Lukey is popping off, dropping 15, 20 kills. Every single match, these guys are doing some crazy work. They answer well. And even in this match against the Spartans, they were on the back foot. They adapted, talked obviously in-game through their comms, figured out what the solution was. And once they dialed it in, from 2-4 to 9-5 is pretty impressive stuff to kind of just turn it around. Now, we were getting close to the half, but still, Hot. It's good stuff.
It just goes to show you how talented they are, and regardless of what the scoreboard might look at any given moment, they don't really feel that pressure. They're confident and comfortable in themselves to either play from ahead or play from behind. And I mean, the roster's stacked. We've said it before. We'll say it again before the end of next weekend. It's a stacked roster. And speaking of stacked rosters, though, Pandaric closing out their game in dominating fashion, 9-2 on Bay 5. I believe the Pandas, the only team so far to keep that undefeated streak alive. And I don't know, it might just be enough to put them up into first place after today. It's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah. I mean, Pandas have not dropped a map, and I don't know if they've fought the Mercs yet, but they got to be feeling good seeing that the Mercs already have a draw where they're undefeated in their other matches. And, you know, this particular HPL hunt, it feels like a game of inches where it's not as spread as it was before. I feel like some of the seasons it was like, you know, dominant Sicario, Oil Rig, EPA, and then a bunch of teams under, like fighting fourth, fifth, sixth, like everyone's kind of down. This is very, very close. And folks, in the background, we're working on the scoreboard, so just give us a few minutes here. We're putting things together. Thank you, production crew in the background. Couldn't do it without you. But yeah, I mean, this is close. I mean, I would be shocked if this board wasn't tight. I mean, there might be some spread because we did see a lot of 2-0s today, but then we saw a team like Only for Frogs get 2-0'd by Pandas, so there's going to be a lot of shakeup today. And again, this board is super close in the middle. So lots of upward or downward mobility still able to go on over here.
Yeah, honestly, I would say this is the toughest one really to kind of predict because the teams really have been all over the place. We've seen in those previous HPLs, teams get out early and really begin to extend that lead. That hasn't been the case here for HPL 5, and I think it kind of resonates with how much work these teams have been putting in the offseason as well. The talent continues to grow and continues to get better. So teams like Pandaric or Oil Rig or the old Sicario or Mercenary are now experiencing some trouble with some of these other teams. We've seen them take games away, much like Arktic and Mercenary in that first series on day one. And so I truthfully have really enjoyed the shakeup here in HPL 5.
And makes it fun. You know, there's a lot of vitality going through the league where, and to me, it also creates a kind of a window of opportunity for other people, Hot, because they could see there's new teams coming in and playing well and taking games off of big teams. Why can't we? You know, maybe I should make a team. Maybe I should try and do the qualifiers. And you know, folks, that's an option out there. If you like what you see, don't be afraid to hop in, try and compete, you know, get a team together, get some scrims going, because as you can see, this league is vital, healthy, and the Tarkov scene only continues to grow. And the changes have been very good, Hot. I think we've always, from the days of Teamfight to now, have always moved in the right direction. Blast Gang was awesome. The customizable kits are awesome. The balance is awesome. You know, the things that are really challenging to deal with get taken away. So, you know, a random aside, but I think it's a great time for Arena as a whole and people to be tapping on in. And speaking of tapping on in, I think we're about ready to tap into the scoreboard. Oh, wow, Hot. Oh.
Take a look at that, brother. Pandaric, they've done it up on top with a 2-point lead, 37 rounds on that differential. So they do get by Oil Rig. Oil Rig able to hang on to second place, though, by a single round. The points are the same. Arktic up into fourth after today. Only 4 frags dropping down to fifth, and certainly a little bit of a shakeup there amongst the teams.
A great shakeup. And, you know, you see how close some of these teams are. If we look at 4 through 7, I mean, -1, 13, 13, 17, they're only, you know, a game or two from being on top of each other. But man, Only for Frags yesterday was third place, Hot. So we see a big shakeup. Arktic was all the way down in 7th, now in 4th. That's actually a crazy rise up the boards. I mean, actually crazy to wrap your head around. And the Spartans, unfortunately, moving down a few places, and it's awesome, Hot. It really is awesome to see how all these teams have the latitude to move up or down in these standings. Yesterday, Oil Rig was on top. Pandas hadn't played as many games. Now that they have the same amount of games, the Pandas on top with only 3 more round differential, which goes to show how damn well Oil Rig and Mercs have been playing in the games they win. But those 2 more points are going to be a big difference maker as next week's competition continues. And the final few games are played out next week.
I mean, Mercenary was sitting in 5th at the start of the day. They jump up to 3rd with only 1 round differential away from overtaking Oil Rig here as well. So some big money moves. You take a look at 4th, 5th, and 6th. They all have 5 points. 5th and 6th have the exact same round differential, and things getting down to the nitty gritty here. It's very tight. Ancestral, unfortunately, they've had a tough go. They haven't got a win on the board, and it stinks to see because this is a very talented team, very capable of finding wins. Things just haven't gone their way this season. And Exaltation, they snuck in a win here as well. Not too far behind 5th and 6th place, and maybe still some room to make up a little bit of that ground.
Yeah, it's a tough one, man. But look, you qualified in here, Hot. You fought, you beat other teams, you played well, and it's unfortunate. I mean, there's no way around it, Hot. I want to say some wise words of wisdom, but at the end of the day, we're in a zero-sum game in some sense. There's a winner and there's a loser every match or every series, and there's just no way around that. Sometimes you got to take the L, but in some respect, Hot, that's actually as long as the team is consistent and willing to keep their mettle through it and persevere. Those losses, I mean, you have the Hunt VOD, you have the map, you could see everything the other team's doing, you could see the rotations. You have at the, in your grasp every piece of information you could need to rip apart the VOD, figure out the strategies that work for your opponents, what didn't work for you, and come back bigger, better, stronger. Because at the end of the day, that is what this competition's about, man. Getting better.
Better, stronger. Hey, there's winners and there's learners. There really are no losers as long as you go back to that VOD review and you continue to get better and you continue to grow as a team. So, hey, these players got about 5 days or so to do that before we get back into Saturday's action. Unfortunately, that is going to be all for us today. But as always, before we get going, we'd like to give a big shout out to everybody behind the scenes who doesn't often get enough credit, from the whole crew, from Boosh to Sergeant Raging Snake, Step Sherpa, Hellcat, Steffi, Preppy, the Turbo Bear, Klish on the highlights, our King Connor, our eye on the sky, doing the wonderful producing and observing, and of course the supreme overlord of Mr. Philbo Baggins as well. Hunt Premier, Battlestate Games, Auroras, AMD, the partnership, phenomenal. We can't thank them enough, as well as all the competitors here today and everyone kicking it with us in chat. You guys always make it so much fun for us. We certainly appreciate each and every one of you. Make sure you take advantage of the giveaway. Make sure you hit that follow button so you don't miss out on the action starting next Saturday at 3 p.m. British summertime, 10 a.m. Eastern. If you're across the pond like Blue and I, that'll be Bepic and Cracked bringing you the action from hot sauce to blue. We've been having a ton of fun here today. We appreciate you. You guys have been beautiful. Take care and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Deuces.